breaking through. Am I breaking through? Breaking through. Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through?
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Runeterra Academy's Junior Quarterfinals. The show match we have for you and this round of the playoffs is VBU Monster Mash and Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind. I will be your play-by-play caster tonight, Sunpraising, and alongside me is Tiger.
Yeah, welcome everyone. It's time for quarterfinals. I'm pretty excited about this matchup. Both of these teams coming in regular season 5-2. We got the fourth seed from group number 3 in the Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. I had to keep in order which one was which, and the 2 seed from group number 2, I believe, in VBU
Actually,
Monster Mash.
It's a group 1.
Oh,
But
group 1 is it?
it was the second
All
seed
right.
group 1, yeah.
Both of these teams, though, 5-2 in the regular season, remarkably similar in game score as well. And I think that this should be a pretty good match.
Yeah, and talk about a few surprises. Darkwind specifically, they've been on an absolute tear in recent weeks, and especially through that mid lane and lost in rotation. Currently first in damage per minute, CS difference at 15, and XP difference at 15 minutes. So if we're looking for perhaps some explosiveness from this potential upcoming matchup, we just might be looking at the mid lane a lot coming up. However, we got hold on, maybe perhaps a slight bit of a mistake. Yeah, they're going to go and do that. Either way, sorry, it was a slight mistake from the teams. They went into the client draft first before going into the draft lull link first. So we're going to have that fixed out. But until then, Tiger, why don't we just get a bit of a more in-depth rundown while that gets resolved.
So I think that when you look at both of these teams, they play kind of a similar style. They both play pretty traditional League of Legends, with going with sort of a bruiser towards the top lane in most times. We've seen also some sort of carry picks from Panzora in the Jace and the Gangplank, but there's definitely some classic top lane picks up there, like the Mordekaiser and the Malphite. Could be looking there for some carries as we're getting into the draft now.
Yeah, and actually, talking about getting into the draft and Panzora is that even though he's only had one Gangplank game this split, it's been banned in literally every single game that he's played in for VBU Monster Mash, and straight away we're starting to see the priority on getting that off the board as there goes Gangplank already.
Yeah, Gangplank is just an incredibly difficult champion to deal with if he gets into the mid game in a strong spot. I mean, he's got that additional range with the parlay that makes it difficult to lane against him as a melee champion, as well as the passive Trial by Fire giving the extra damage on those attacks, and then those barrel chains once they start coming in just do too much damage to ignore. So definitely makes sense to see that ban here. We've seen the Syndra as well. A lot of mid lane bans coming against Return of the Middle Sticks, and that makes a lot of sense, as you were saying before. Lost in rotation, one of the top carries in the league. So Return of the Middle Sticks is going to be seeing that mid lane pool shrunken down a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Diana ban as well.
Yeah,
that has been the classic ban against Lost in rotation, and we'll see. Oh, it's going to be the Ahri ban instead. So I think that we'll see a lot of priority in the mid to top side of the map, and maybe some ADCs and supports at the end of the draft.
Yeah, there you have it. You're talking about the mid lane, and Diana Ross in rotation's most played champion in the mid lane this last split, and Diana, especially in recent years, has been more of a jungle pick, but definitely one of a more classic mid lane sort of picks. And so in terms of comfort, Lost in Rotation clearly likes this champion, and obviously it's been working considering the winning streak they've been on.
Yeah, and I think that when you talk about Diana, the reason that you don't see as much Diana mid lately is because just in general playing Assassins mid has fallen a little bit out of favor in especially a competitive setting. But I think that that doesn't take away from Diana's viability. I mean, depending on what matchup you get, if you expect the Diana mid lane with the Jarvan pick locked in, you can go for something more bruiser style to counter it and be able to win out on those trades in lane, or take advantage of the fact that she is a melee champion. So we'll see if it gets countered here now that jungle is confirmed. But also we see the Volibear and Ashe coming in. That gives a lot of powerful engage to VBU monster match at the beginning of this draft.
Yeah, and so far through these first 5 picks already, nothing really too unexpected coming out from these drafts. A lot of comfort with them on the side of Return to the Middle Six, and maybe a slightly less so on the side of VBU Monster Mash, but even still, Volibear Ashe still fairly common for both Archer and Flying Squirtle to have been played throughout the split. And if Mordekaiser is the choice that they go for here across the board as it is, yes, just comfort for everyone in game 1 so far.
Yeah, I would like to see that Mordekaiser flexed between mid and top. I don't know if that's the style of champion I would expect to see from Vrang in the mid lane, but I do think that Mordekaiser would have a very good matchup into Diana, which is why I think that having that as a potential flex would be really nice. That would also open up VBU Monster Mash to put something in the top lane like Tryndamere potentially for Panzora, which is something that we've seen a lot. I think that Tryndamere also a very strong pick in a split pushing sense. So I think if that's a possibility, I'd like to see it. But at the same time, if it is the Mordekaiser top, I think that that's going to be a pretty fine blind pick.
Yeah, and both these teams probably a little bit unexpected to making it where they were, especially being on the side of Darkwind, considering being the lower seed as we get through the second round of bans. A lot of focus on the support role, but with perhaps just like I said, I like that they're going for comfort, and maybe we'll see some adaptation throughout the rest of the series. But as of now, both these teams have very set styles of play that they want to go for, and once you get this, like, there's really no point in deviating from it if it's been working, as Corki is the lock-in for VBU.
Yeah, and when you talk about like the lower seed thing, I think that it is important to bring up the fact that 9 of the teams coming into playoffs out of the 16 teams that we had were 5-2 in the regular season. So like, I think Return of the Middle Six Darkwind played last week their match up against Dorado Gaming Epsilon, who was the 1 seed from Group 4 and also a 5-2 team. So there's a lot of close competition all around. I don't think we had any 7-0 teams either. So I think
No, we did not.
all of the teams should be pretty closely matched, even if it's 1 versus 4 seeds, as we would have seen last week in the round of 16. And now any number seed could be a better or worse record than any other seed. But getting back into the draft, that Corki pick going to secure some scaling, hold the counter pick for support, and then Shen and Nautilus definitely going to be setting up some big engages here for Return of the Middle Six.
Oh yeah, Shin, Nautilus, Jarvan, Diana, they're going to find the target they want, probably Corki or Ashe as it is right now, and then they're going to press the go button. However, Tarek is the response from VBU, and I actually really love this Tarek pick.
Yeah, I quite agree. I think that a lot of the damage from Return of the Middle Six is in the form of burst up front. They're going to be looking to find some kills before the Cosmic Radiance finishes. But if that channel completes, then Tarek is going to be given a ton of immunity to the team. They're going to be very difficult to kill, and I think that it's pretty easy to turn back around and kill the main carries I mean, you're only getting damage from 2, maybe 2.5 sources in a team fight for Return of the Middle Sticks. I am thinking the Jarvan through the mid game, but he will fall off in his damage at some point. Diana and Sivir should be able to continue to do damage into the late game, but they've got a limited number of damage sources, where on the other side of VBU Monster Mash, they've kind of got a lot of ability to have their bruisers do damage as well. So I think that having that Mordekaiser and Volibear is going to make it a challenge for Return of the Middle Sticks to deal with in team fights. But they do have a big wombo combo. So if Return of the Middle Sticks gets a lead early, I think that they're going to be able to crush the team fights the rest of the way.
Yeah, as you were saying, as you were saying, with how much burst there is, and especially if we see Lost in rotation play as he has for most of this split, we could definitely expect to see, as you said, with that Cosmic Radiance maybe not going off in time, since does take like 2 seconds to.
I believe it's a 2.5 second channel.
2.5 seconds. I was close. You know, you round down from. No, you don't round down. That's not how that works. But I mean, either way, there's still definitely, with all this CC and burst from Return to the Middle Six, there's definitely all the possibilities that they can find their targets before that drops, and I think that's what we're really going to have to look for towards the latter stages of the game.
Yeah. So I think that a pretty solid draft coming through from VBU Monster Mash. They've got a lot of poke damage coming through from Rang in the late game, going to be throwing out those rockets. Ashe is going to have some pretty decent DPS, Archer picking that one up. And then the front line also does quite a bit of effective damage against a few assassins here, depending on the Jarvan build, of course. But I think that that's the main focus of the damage on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. I am concerned that they won't be able to do things like take objectives quickly, but once again, Lost in Rotation's been carrying pretty hard. The Diana, one of those premier picks, and if you get fed on Diana, you can definitely do a lot of damage to just about anything in the game.
Yeah, that much is very true. I feel like everybody here has at least that one point where they've had a fed Diana on the enemy team, and you think you're doing fine, but then all of a sudden you're not fine because your whole team got one shot with a mobile Veigar ultimate. However, if there's one thing I am happy about on the side of VBU Monster Mash, is that Archer, we have somebody with a name that's related to Ashe and actually plays Ashe this time, because freaking last week. Oh my god! Last week we had that Ashe as the ADC, but they didn't even play Ashe, and it was like so. It was so tilting to cast, because it's like, well, they're not on, but either things aside, I do like both teams' compositions. A lot of comfort for all the players involved, as well as very obvious sorts of win conditions that they want to meet throughout the game.
Yeah, and don't forget to predict in the chat who is going to win this game. I'm definitely looking at putting my points here on Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, because they've got a lot of momentum going into this game. And I'm really excited to see how this top lane is going to play out in the early stages of the game. I'm a fan of the Sivir pick, as long as it can be used to get some early advantages, especially into Ashe. But I think that this should be a pretty close game, at least for the first 15 minutes, and then we'll have an idea of who might be in a good position to win the game.
Shoot, I don't even need to ask you for you anymore. I already know the question of the predictions. So I guess on that note, we're going to send it to the break as we've hit the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. headed onto the Rift for game 1 of the junior quarterfinals between VBU Monster Mash and Return to the Middlesticks Darkwind. And wow, these teams look like they're going to just be setting up for a 5-point start. No real shenanigans coming down. One thing that we didn't quite cover in the wait, hold on, never mind. I do tell a bit of a lie, as Shady Gecko has brought out Cardinals. Don't seem to be stopping just yet, as 2 wards get traded down on both sides. So visions for both teams early on here in the top side of that. But one thing I did want to mention is that all the other quarterfinals were scheduled at the same time as this one, so we could actually get live updates on all the other series in between matches this time around. And I'm interested to see how that one will pan out, really, at least for me personally, Tiger.
Yeah, I think it'll always be good to know what's going on with the rest of the teams. Of course, that is 3 other series as we are in quarterfinals. And hopefully we'll be able to stay with long enough to hear the final results of the other matches by the end. And we'll be able to say, all right, so these are the matchups going into next week. But for now, we'll just keep an eye on what's going on here in the early stages of game number 1. I think pretty good ganking potential from both of these junglers. Not seeing very interesting stuff out of any of the runes. I think I do take note that it is going to be the Aftershock variety of Nautilus. I think personally that I like the Glacial version a little bit better, but Aftershock definitely gets a lot of value on engaged supports as well, so it's not like I hate that or anything. And the other thing is that no flash for Panzora going to the Ghost Teleport variety of the Mordekaiser, so we'll see if that gets punished or if that works out well for him.
Yeah, and without that flash, but I mean, I don't think I dislike it, because there's not a lot of, actually not a lot of, there's a lot of enemy champions that really want to run into you, and I think that plays into Panzora, into not necessarily Panzora, but just Mordekaiser in general really well. But also on the Glacial Augment sort of deal with I'm the Banana, I would have to kind of agree, as we got a decent trade. Archer using that that volley there, but no, hold on. I have to hold on multiple times, as Panzora looks for a very nice trade. But all the while is that yeah, Glacial Augment. I would have preferred it much more in this situation, just simply because of how much more engaged they have around the team. And like, they don't need to really rely on I'm the Banana to be the first one going in and setting everything up. But no, still not a bad thing.
Yeah. The other thing that I took note of is that Yinda has Fleet Footwork on Sivir, which doesn't actually tell me which build it's going to be. I think that it's more likely that that's focused around crit Sivir, but I haven't got a firm grasp of which one is necessarily which. I think that it's usually Dark Harvest with the lethality Sivir, but I would normally expect it to be something like Lethal Tempo or Press the Attack if it was going to be the on-hit variety Sivir. So we'll have to keep an eye on that build as we go throughout this game. Nothing too much happening early on in this one. We've got a little bit of trading going on back and forth within the lanes, but no one really getting in range of dying. Kind of a quiet early game here, especially for one including a Jarvan and a Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, really, with all this gank setup, actually, speaking of gank setup, we got pings towards the bot lane from Pickaxe, and everybody headed towards that bot side, so we might actually see some in the upcoming few minutes. But yeah, mostly just trading between the laners and just farming up all around the map without any sort of major discrepancies starting to appear, which, however, I do say that in the top lane, it seems a slightly more Volibear favored, but we do have both these junglers starting to gather around, and now, all the while, perhaps they might try to look for this Pickaxe channeling a recall, though I don't think they know where Shady Gecko is just yet, though. I believe now he's going to walk over that ward, so they should know, both teams should know that, well, at least that Shady Gecko's here. And yeah, they'll know that Pickaxe is there as well. They'll try to go for this 3-4-3 in the bot lane. Not even a counter gank, because Pickaxe goes low. Heal used by Yabayin to flash forward. First blood onto Shady Gecko. Return kill looking low, but not enough damage onto Shady Gecko as the Ignite from I'm the Banana was used. And so overall, you know, just great stuff in the 3v3 from the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, Islamic Samurai coming up with the dazzle and finding that first kill in favor of Shady Gecko. Definitely going to be feeling nice to have that on the Volibear. Going to be looking to carry the team potentially. I think that Volibear or Mordekaiser is going to be the champions that I'm looking to carry this game for VBU Monster Mash. So Shady Gecko doing some good work in that lane gank in the bot lane. I was gonna say I really liked the timing because the Drake was just coming up right about then. Both junglers thinking the exact same thing, gonna try to get some early kills towards that bot lane and then maybe look to rotate it. No Drake take just yet though, just going back to a little bit more farming.
Yeah, and one thing that's a little bit of surprise to me is that with that range advantage that Corky has, Vrong is down about around 7 CS, and we knew comfort is a sort of thing that we really like from these two teams, and Lost in Rotation being one of, if not the best mid laner currently in the junior division. He's still up. He was still up with quite a significant amount of farm on that matchup with the Diana. So something to potentially look out for with all that burst coming through as he hits level 6.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of an invade from both junglers here, actually. I think that it was initially an invade coming out from Return
Yeah,
to Middle
Yinda
Stick.
maybe not respecting the sort of slows that's coming out from Archer will be able to block the stun from Islamic Samurai, so we'll be able to get out of that. But still, a slightly scary moment from
Yeah.
from a spectator sort of view.
Yeah, definitely a good timing on the spell shield there. Otherwise, could have spelled potential death. Yeah, Bjorn still holding on to that flash, so you never know if that would have been lethal. But it looks like a dive could be coming up here in the bot lane. I'm not sure. It looks like Pickaxe has a flank angle, but maybe just trying to do this vertical jungling, take the wolves. I think that Drake still being up is something that you would want to look for here potentially as Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, but not making much progress yet.
Yeah, I mean, really, neither team really making too much progress in general. No real major, no major explosions just yet. However, Lost in Rotation, even though low on health, is trying to stick around for this one going forward. Won't be able to get the blue buff. Stand United use onto Lost in Rotation. Well, Shady Gecko, I do believe, will be able to get out of that. So this is one major round used on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, and we saw it kind of towards the top of the screen. The Enchanted Pistol finds they're just a bit precautionary from Archer, but once again, even though looking dangerous, kind of just staring at each other and not really doing too much. But Rift Herald has come up, so I'm going to believe they'll most likely take that on the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, they've got the priority over the top side of the map. They have all along. They've been using that range advantage in the mid lane to get some push. And in the top lane, I mean, Penzor is just able to clear the waves faster as this Mordekaiser, so definitely able to look for some invades. We've kind of seen the split map jungle variety this time around, looking more like they want to take the enemy top side and leave the bot side to be taken by Pickaxe, which means that they're able to get the first objective here despite that. So I would have liked to see the Drake take earlier on given the split map style that's being played, but it looks like there's just no priority on Drake's whatsoever from Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. So they're just farming it up for right now. About 1,000 gold advantage has accumulated over these first 10 minutes in favor of VBU Monster Mash. Things going well. They also have that Rift Herald in tow, so we'll see if they can use that to expand the gold lead even further.
Well, speaking of expanding their gold lead, it looks like VBU Monster Mash are looking just to burn down this Cloud Drake, and there it is. Without really much of a contest, though, understandably so, as Shin, no Stand United, nor no teleport. We'll just let that first Drake go over, and, honestly, Cloud Drake this early on, not the biggest of deals. And considering that clearly VBU Monster Mash really don't think they need to prioritize dragon taking, that probably not the biggest of deals for them.
Yeah, I think that is pretty interesting to see Panzora rotate down for that. It's very rare to see top laners show up to a first dragon. They just decided that the Drake was available. They're going to take it. Panzora was able to teleport right back up to the top lane thanks to the fact that Cardinals had already burnt that teleport and stand united, and that wasn't going to be an issue. Just a good decisive call here from VBU Monster Mash, and they're able to pick up that first Drake of the game. We'll see if they can start stacking the Drakes here in a few minutes as the Mountain Drake comes up. But for now, so far so good.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a very good macro call. Not exactly the most flashy sort of play, one that you get the hype moments out of, but at the end of the day, definitely one that they'll get a lot of value for, and they look to get even more from it as Shady Gecko is towards this top side map, perhaps trying to look to take the first tower early on. I believe that'll be enough to not quite take it, I tell a lie, but here is no jungler close by, or well, close enough anyway. There it is, first tower at 11 minutes and almost 11 minutes 45 seconds. Going over to the side of Return of the Middle Six Darkwind, so they are reeling very, very nice up in that top.
Yeah, there just hasn't been much challenging going on around the map from from Return of the Middle Sticks. VBU Monster Mash has been unchallenged, is what I meant to say. But they've been able to gain some objectives, now expanding the gold lead even further. The CS advantage in the top lane definitely doing some work as well. But mostly just taking that tower has been the big help. But if we look at
speaking of Panzora, he's moving down towards the spot lane again.
Yeah. We'll see if it turns into a fight.
It actually will turn into a fight. It's starting up now. Shady Gecko trying to find a way into I'm the banana who's a bit out of place. Cosmic Radiance will drop, and as no damage is coming through, maybe a little bit early. Flash forward. Cardinal's going low, but it's not quite enough. Archer finally going to be able to not go down all over the place. Shady Gecko will be taken down by Yabienda, but at what cost? That's a 3-for-1 going over onto the side of VBU Monster Mash, and I believe they may just blow the gates of this match wide open.
Yeah, and Panzora had a great use.
Not quite enough, though. Almost. But yeah, no, as you were, hold on, flash from Wrong. We're getting a bit crazy. The trade of flashes would have been enough to definitely have killed there. So good awareness from Yabienda to not just completely get complacent about that recall and stay alive there. But still, I like the audacity from Wrong to try to find the kill.
Yeah. I wanted to say that Panzora had a great Realm of Death to save Archer there. We saw it lost in rotation, try to go straight into the backline. Had a pretty effective Moonfall there, but the damage to follow up was all being absorbed. The pressure Shady Gecko was asserting onto the rest of the team was just too much. And once Panzora sealed away lost in rotation with the Realm of Death, it was the end of the fight from there. 3-for-1, going pretty favorably. Finally, at least something on the board for Return to the Middle Sticks, but they're definitely not going to be feeling great after that fight.
Yeah, especially with kind of how particularly slow it's been and how much I believe Panzora should be able to just passively gain a lead if there isn't really any sort of intervention. No. But it's something that did kind of go under the radar now is that the tower plates has fallen. That bot lane tier 1 is nearly answered. Bring the tower scores level 1. A good pull up there. However, got potential A ramps coming through. Tiger.
The classic NA ram.
Let's go.
But we do see the solo laners of Return of the Middle Sticks in the side lanes, so they're not missing any farm right now. It's kind of just a group up and make sure that no one gets picked mentality coming through from VBU Monster Mash. But whenever you do that, you are costing yourself some farm in the side lane, so that's going to give some natural gold back in the favor of Return of the Middle Sticks. But with this
Arnold is going to teleport down, so they're not. I really doubt that they're going to concede this one. There he is. I mean, doesn't have the Stand United available, but now in the fight, perhaps a little bit early. Go on then, perhaps a little bit too early, as the Cosmic Radiance will keep a lot of members of VBU Monster Mash alive. Will it be enough though? I do believe it is, as it's a double kill going down to Shady Gecko, and it is an absolute routing from the side of VBU Monster Mash on the back, and Yabienda picking up that extra kill there onto the enemy support, but it is a stomp from VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, and that was the full combo that we were looking to see from Return of the Middle Sticks. They were able to get that Cataclysm onto multiple members. They were able to get the 4-man Moonfall from Lost in Rotation. Now, we did see a good stopwatch there from Brang to make sure that he survived that fight, but I think that if that's not working now, I mean, what fight are you expecting to actually work out better than that in favor of Return of the Middle Sticks? I mean, we are seeing crit Sivir, so Yabienda is going to scale up pretty nicely here. We'll give some opportunity to go into the late game and see if Yabienda is able to start to get into position to carry, but I mean, Lost in Rotation, able to hit all the spells, but it's not enough to win the fight. So well played there by VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, and perhaps not exactly the best. Shady Gecko might just try to find out pickaxe here though, going to use that Kim Tank, Turbo Kim Tank, will force the victory, and they'll look to take the second Herald.
Yeah, getting a second Herald definitely could break open that mid-tier one, all important for the map control. Already plenty of map control going in favor of VBU Monster Mash so far this game, but we'll see if they can extend their lead even further.
Hold on, they're trying to find the engage here. VBU Monster Mash not going to be able to do too much, however, being able to use, force Yabienda to use On the Hunt there. So one major-ish cooldown, not perhaps the biggest ever, but not going to be available up in these next few seconds, especially if Yabienda gets dangerously close to getting pulled back by Pandora there. I would expect both these teams like to walk away from each other. At least I would expect. Not quite over just yet, but a little bit scary moments. And actually, I'm the Banana. Looks like he says I want to go in, but Cosmic Radiance is back up. Shady Gecko keeping himself alive with the stopwatch there. Now the Stand United will keep Yabienda alive. Gets the shutdown onto said Shady Gecko. Flash forward from Cardinals, gets the taunt onto Archer. Archer going low as the Immortal Shield though is procced without enough damage though on the back, and here comes Panzora on the side of this, getting a bunch of kills, not being able to quite take Yabienda down, as Yabienda does get that kill in return, but at what cost? It's another ace for the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, VBU Monster Mash able to once again have a member buy all of the extra space. This time around, it's Panzora in the front line, able to get that first kill, and once that goes down, I mean, the rest of the team was pretty much pincered after his kill in the Shadow Realm. So he just turns around, starts dealing damage with the passive, starts obliterating people. It all works out nicely, and VBU Monster Mash is in firm control of this game.
Oh yeah. And I think it just comes back to what we said earlier, is that Mordekaiser really loves when the enemy team wants to run into him, so he could have that passive constantly active, I suppose. And yeah, I've been getting extremely high value out of it, especially as now with the Demonic Embrace coming through, getting that extra burn damage there. He's feeling very, very nice for himself, even though he did give a shutdown over, but really in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that should matter too much.
Well, it could matter, as we're talking about shutdown going over. I believe the shutdown went to Yabienda in that fight. So Yabienda 4-2-2 on the Sivir. 2 items already completed. Cole has also gotten the gold value from CSing 100 minions. So I think that Yabienda definitely scaling up into a strong spot here. We've seen flashes in the fights of the power that Yabienda has been bringing, but it just hasn't been enough in the 2 aces most recently. VBU Monster Mash has a very powerful gold lead that they're just smacking them with the wallet. 4,500 gold in 20 minutes is pretty nice,
Non-intensive
and
crystal arrow used.
I think it
They
just got
spotted the
sold by
Abinda. However, they're looking for a fight here. They actually find Pickaxe. So Standing United will come through, and on the counter part of this fight, that's shut down going over to I'm the Banana, and this might actually be the fight that Darkwing needed, as they've now picked up 3 without losing any. Yabienda walking forward will take a nice chunk of damage out of Archer, and will currently win this fight 3-0. They're actually pinging the Baron. They're looking like they won a 20-minute Baron, and really against the amount of play, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to take a Baron. That would definitely swing the gold pretty heavily here. I mean, you got 15 seconds left on Shady Gecko, so it's not like there's going to be a smite fight. The 2-item Sivir definitely going to be doing a ton of damage to Baron, and this is finally paying off. All of these shutdowns.
Has the package, tries to go in, but perhaps a bit ill-advised. He's gone very low, using that cooldown available. Won't be able to find anything on either side. However, if there's one thing we want to look towards, it's towards that dragon pit. Going to be uncontested, going to this this Hextech Drake Soul, I would have to imagine, as it is confirmed there. It is Soul Point for VBU Monster Mash, so they do manage to get something out of it.
Yeah, I think that it's very important in these next 2 minutes or so.
Rotation. Wait, there's no way they try to win this, right? Like, they committed teleport from lost rotation.
They're against 5, but I think that they can try to at least push for the inhib.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they get at least that tier 2 mid tower, but using the teleport tier 2 mid, I mean, I guess you get something out of it, so not the worst thing in the world. And as the game goes on, the cooldown will start to shorten, but maybe a little bit, at least in my opinion, maybe a little bit too much for what they got in return for it.
Yeah, I think that I liked the teleport initially, but I would have liked to see Return of the Middle Sticks actually try to rotate towards the top side. I think that teleporting and then resetting is a little bit too much to expend, but I do like the fact that as soon as they got Baron, they were looking to get out onto the map, use it to take towers, and they've still got Baron. So I'm looking for them to go back and try to go for some more towers. I mean, it's difficult to fight off VBU Monster Mash at the state that they're at, but I think that when you've got Baron, you need to be looking to get more gold off of the map, take some of these towers down, especially this tier 1 top still being available. I'd like to see that down by the time Baron ends.
Yeah, it's really just standing gold at this point. A little nice healthy injection there as well will also somewhat help for the potential Dragon Soul fight, as we are in Soul Point coming up in the next 3 minutes is when the next Hextech Drake is coming up. However, Panzora will find Cardinal. Well, attacking just hop away there, so no, I'm going to decide, yeah, that Panzora is huge, and I don't want anything to deal with that. So wise decision from Cardinals there, but all the while without really much on the map. Panzora's still looking to fight this though. Let's block on the Cardinals, and yeah, you can always hope, but
yeah, Panzora's in a strong spot now. The tier 2 bot, though, is exposed without that Mordekaiser nearby. It's a little bit tougher to deal with a 3v3 or a 4v4 for VBU Monster Mash than it is when they can get that full 5v5. I did want to point out for that fight in the bot side jungle where Return of the Middle Sticks was able to come away with the win. The Cosmic Radiance came down and actually completed before anyone died, but it only gave its immunity to Islamic Samurai on the Taric itself because there wasn't any connection with another player where he gets the double cast of the ultimate, and no one was within the circle. So that's something to watch out mechanically within the fights. The team has to come to Taric if they want to be invulnerable for the seconds that Cosmic Radiance gives.
yeah, and if we take a thought back to all the way and the start of pick bans, we were talking there's a lot of comfort, but if there's one player that didn't get a comfort pick, it is Islamic Samurai on that Taric, even if it is a really solid pick in terms of conceptually. like you said, the slight mechanical error in that last fight might be enough to turn the favorite in the side of VBU Mon Smash coming up these next few fights. Speaking of next few fights, we do have the next Got Soul Point coming up in just over a minute.
Yeah, and I think that to call it a mechanical misplay on
Cardinals
Islamic
flash.
Samurai, I don't think
Actually
that
lost in rotation, trying to find the onto Shady Gecko, taking a lot of damage as Shady Gecko. Flash forward from Pickaxe, and Shady Gecko going to flash away himself. So quite a few cooldowns used, but all the while Cardinals, it was only on the screen for a few moments there, did have to flash away himself. So won't have that available coming up for the Dragon fight that we had expect to see coming the next, well, half a minute.
Yeah, I think that both teams probably want to fight here. I think that Hex Soul is worth fighting for when you get a chance to pick it up, but you definitely need to prevent the other team from getting it. It's not like a situation with some of the other Drakes where if it's a Cloud Soul, you can maybe just let that go with the argument that you want to pick up the Elder Drake when it spawns because that will mean more for your team. But I don't think that you can get away with that with the Hex Tech Soul. It's just too powerful of a soul. Once those abilities start doing this static shiv effect, then it
Hold
can
on,
get real
Braun's
out.
looking for the Valkyrie in, going to split up the side of ROTM Darkwind. This might not quite over just yet. Banana might just be caught out, going low, sentenced to the Death Realm in the back and lost orientation, trying to find any sort of damage he can. The Banana going down, so will be back in play. Is Panzora on the Mordekaiser, and there's just not enough damage on the other side of the fight for VBU Monster Mash, as the rest of them look like they're about to go down. Not quite completely, as there was one member on the side of Panzora who finally died, but at what cost? Pickaxe has nowhere else to go, as he will probably live here, but without that, without the Baron and recall available, they just might look to end here, as Shady Gecko has been sent over to try to cancel his recall.
Yeah, they're just going to chase him off the map. I'm the Banana going to respawn here in 5 seconds, but I don't think that that's going to be too helpful. Banana's not great at protecting towers. I mean, Nautilus, not a bad champ, but not going to be able to 1v3. However, just playing it safe, going towards the Hex Soul is going to be the call here from VBU Monster Mash. So they're going to still be in a very strong spot, but the game not going to conclude just yet.
Hold on, it might just be a trade for Baron, knowing that they can't contest it. We've got pings towards the top side of this map. From the side of Six Darkwind, so they just might try to the most daring play that they can do here. They're all spotted out by Hawkshot, so it's not going to be a secret if they do try to take it now, but still hanging in the area, maybe looking for a Death Wish. I mean, even though that Hawkshot did go over, they don't really have, VBU Monsmash don't really have vision in the Baron pit. So, kind of hesitation, though I don't believe they'll risk it here. Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think that the take might not be fast enough from Return of the Middle Sticks to justify that. I I think that going for a desperation play at this point could make sense. I mean, the gold has equalized to a large degree because of some of these shutdowns, but you're up against Hextech Soul. The base has already been broken in the mid lane. It's a pretty dire situation. So anything that you think
Speaking
could
of
turn
dire situation, lost in rotation may have just been lost in rotation, getting taken low. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land, and you have to feel that that's going to do a lot for him there. That being said, Stand United does come through, lost in rotation, going low, sentenced to the Death Realm. So Panzora feeling all right here, picking up that kill onto the mid laner, and it is an absolute stomp from the side of VBU Monster Mash. Cardinals now looking low as he's getting chased down by VBU Monster Mash. Panzora going to most likely pick this one up, and I'm the Banana now going down as well. It is a stomp in that fight from VBU Monster Mash, and speaking of being able to end, they just might look for it right here as they pick up the ace
for sure.
onto Return to the Middle Sticks.
20 seconds more than enough to take out both Nexus towers and the big blue Nexus. Going to be well played here in game number 1 from VBU Monster Mash. They were able to get ahead in the early game, and once they got ahead, there was little recourse available for Return of the Middle Sticks. They just weren't able to do enough damage in the team fights. They got one good pick that led into a few kills, but it was little meaning going into the rest of the game, and it's game 1 taken down by VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, and it's just at the end of the day, it was just really, really good play from just about everyone on VBU Monster Mash, doing their best to really silence Lost in rotation early on. And definitely, we still do have to look out for his Diana play as it was available. But I mean, really, there's not much to say other than it was very, very clean, very, very textbook from VBU Monster Mash. Not really slipping up too much there, except for that one fight at around 20-ish minutes.
Yeah, and I think that drafting a comp that has a little bit more damage could be helpful here going into game number 2 for Return of the Middlesticks. They might want to pick up that Fiddlesticks. I think that would be an interesting pick to say the least, but something that will provide some more damage out of either top or jungle could be helpful. Uh, in a team fight setting where we saw them come up a little bit short here. But whatever the case, they'll have to look into game number 2, see what they want to change up in the draft, and go from there.
are back for the Game 2 draft between VBU Monster Mash and Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. But before we get to a slight review of the last game, we do have updates on the scores from around the league. Norg Frost managed to win Game 1 over Dorado Gaming Sigma. Team Shadow Specters take the first game off of Return of the Middlesticks Crowstorm, and OMT Kronos taking a win off of Team Dusk and Shade in all of those matches. But as we look now back to this series, Tiger, VBU Monster Mash really clean in that first game.
Absolutely. I think that they had a clear game plan and executed on it to perfection. They were just a little bit too much to deal with, especially in the top lane. Panzora on that Mordekaiser was very effective throughout the early game. And then I think Vrang was just very consistent all the way through, but no deaths that game, I believe. 3-0 and 10 on the Corki, so well done there. Well done all around for the side of VBU Monster Mash, but Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind, they'll be looking to go into game number 2, maybe get a little bit more of the comfort. I definitely think that looking at the draft from game number 1, I'd like to see the Wukong picked up in the first 3 for Return of the Middlesticks if it is left open as it was in game number 1. It got banned out in the second phase, then it was the Shen, which was, I think Shen's not a bad champion, but it just didn't end up helping out the draft all that much to have the Shen. So picking up that Wukong, maybe that's the difference that we'll see here in game number 2, as Return of the Middlesticks has switched over to the red side.
Yeah, Return of the Middlesticks definitely have a lot of high priority picks that they really like playing. I mean, Lost Rotations, Diana, Yabi, and the Sivir, and as you're saying, the Wukong. We got 2 of those last time out, and well, VBU Monster Mash did a really good job of being able to handle those comfort picks, especially with Panzora on that Mordekaiser. So maybe potential ban coming through onto the Mordekaiser coming up in this draft. But we do have a slight delay as I do believe Islamic Samurai's having a few issues, not quite sure what's going on behind the scenes there. So we're going to actually have a little bit more time before we start the game 2 draft, Tiger. But until then, I mean, on the side of Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind, what sort of adaptation do you think they should really look forwards into this second draft?
Yeah, so I think that, like I'm saying, I think the Wukong in the first half of the draft would be a good adaptation. But other than that, I think I'd like to see if it is going to be a jungler like Jarvan, then I would want to see a lot more of an early game presence. Like, I don't remember seeing any ganks in the past game. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Pickaxe did a lot of invades, and there was just one like lane gank that ended up being a 3v3 and not working out. But other than that, I don't remember any situations where it was like a gank setup kill, anything that's a traditional execution gank like that. So if you're not going to gank, you might as well just play a jungler that's going to carry more effectively, like a Graves or a Karthus potentially. So we'll
Ooh.
see if they're going to shift that, or maybe shift the play style that goes with that. But I think that that's somewhere that they could focus on to maybe adapt into game number.
Yeah, and for as you were saying with Jarvan being much more gank focused, really that would definitely feel about right for them. As we still taking quite a bit. Still not quite sure what's going on in the in the um in the client. Not quite sure what's going on there. Islamic Samurai hasn't really he's been in and around. He's being spoken. That being said, do you have a few kicks MCU? Are they okay? It looks like they're starting to line back up into pick order. So we should be starting draft in any moment now. Just like hopefully.
Yep, we should be getting into draft here momentarily, I would have to assume. But I
There we
think
go. Hey, we did it. We've got the draft underway.
it
There
will
it
be
is.
it'll be interesting to see if any of the bans change based off of the fact that Return of the Middle Six is red side this time around, and VBU Monster Mash blue side. Maybe don't feel like they need to ban something that would otherwise be first pick. But VBU Monster Mash banning out 3 mid laners last time, wouldn't be surprised to see the exact same ban.
Yeah, honestly, neither would I, because clearly they left the Diana up, even though it was Lost in Rotation's most played champion, and they had a plan because they had a game plan for it, and well, they executed just about perfectly on it, and so they don't really have a reason to change up their first few bans. And if Ari is the one that gets selected here, we will get that confirmed. So we'd have to wait on that.
Yeah, and the last ban from Return of the Middle Six game number 1 was the Zillion, so that one could be the one where you're forced to ban away something that's first pickable.
There it is.
Or just something that gave you huge problems last game, and that means so Zillion will be open here, but I don't think Zillion's like a first pick champion, so we'll see if going later on into the draft, if Zillion's something that's going to be prioritized. I believe that we saw the Zillion play coming out from Vrang, so that would be mid lane Zillion, and a little more patience on the mid lane pickup this time around for Middle Six.
Well, I would be... Ooh, okay, Lucian! Alright, so Yaba Yin going to be switching over to Lucian this time around. Definitely had a lot of silver games, but he does have a bit of Lucian under his belt. And usually when we've seen them pick Lucian, it's either followed up with Braum or Nami on the support role. But with Diana not being selected, I have to figure that Middle Six, so they just have to figure that with Volibear getting locked in, there's really no chance that VBU try to really take it away, as Ezreal being the choice in response from VBU.
Yeah, I think that Lucian makes a lot of sense and is a flex pick, really. I'm not sure if any of the other players have been playing the Lucian for Return of the Middle Six, but I think Lucian definitely mid-top, still a viable champion. Trundle is a response to Volibear, and I think is a solid pick here. Trundle going to be a little bit more carry-oriented, a little bit more damage-focused than pick like the Jarvan, but still has a lot of ganking potential, so I'm going to definitely hope to see a lot more ganks in game number 2. Really from both teams, but especially from Return of the Middle Six based off of how game 1 went. And a very hyper safe bot lane for VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, picking up that Braum as a support and Leona being hovered be an interesting response to pick into the Braum. Kind of just saying, well, we're just better than you, and really going to try to... I don't know if I like Leona into Braum, but definitely a very much a statement sort of pick here in game 2 from the bot lane of Return of the Middle Six Darkwind.
Yeah, I think that Leona's kind of like a handshake lane pick. I don't think that I see Leona actually going in on a Braum Ezreal unless Ezreal arcane shifts forward or something like that. But I think that Leona just is a versatile champion that you go into the mid game, especially if it is Lucian bot. I think that Leona can roam effectively as well. So it could be a sort of situation where Return of the Middle Six is just looking at it and saying, you know what, for the team comp that we want to draft, Leona makes a lot of sense. Getting that engaged, getting that front line is going to be something that we could have used potentially last game, and now we're going to have that. I mean, the Nautilus wasn't a bad engaged frontliner either, but they just doing kind of a different version of Nautilus. Leona's a little bit tankier with that Eclipse, and the Solar Flare comes down a little bit faster, I believe, the Depth Charge, so that's going to be a little bit of a different look, but very similar in nature.
Yeah, and if we take a look at VBU Monster Mash showing all the respect into the world to Lost in Rotation, having 5 mid lane bans coming through as LeBlanc will be hovered, okay? So electing to not pick Diana that time with it up, as they must be thinking that VBU Monster Mash know how to play against it. So yeah, LeBlanc.
Yeah, so if you're holding counter pick for top, that makes a lot of sense. I think that it was shown pretty effectively last game that it's not really an option to blind pick Diana in the mid lane. I think that that's a fair assessment, actually. So I like the LeBlanc pickup, pretty easily blindable, going to be pretty safe as well. And with all those mid lane bans, that means that it's also bans against Vrang, who hadn't had the selection yet, but a little bit of a different champion pool. But anyways, Malzahar going to be the pickup here for VBU Monster Mash, and it's going to be the Graves. So could we see a Graves jungle Volibear top? Kind of a little bit of a flex here between both champions, jungle and top.
Yeah, and in terms of what has been in recent patches, you'd probably expect Graves top, Volibear jungle, especially if Wukong is the lock in here, as it has been up. Managed to find it all the way to R5 for Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. So we were saying that you wanted to see Cardinals on the Wukong. Well, you got exactly that, Tiger.
Yeah, it didn't happen quite how I had anticipated, but still the case. Cardinals going to get that Wukong. And I think this time around, Return of the Middlesticks has a lot better of a front-to-back comp. They're going to have more consistent damage coming out with that Lucian, Trundle, Wukong. LeBlanc going to have some still assassin potential, but not going to be bullied in lane necessarily. And I don't mean to say that Lost in Rotation got bullied in lane last game. I'm pretty sure that he came out ahead in CS, but not able to actually bully lane himself. So maybe on the LeBlanc, we'll be looking for Lost in Rotation to actually get a large CS advantage. And we'll see if that ends up becoming an impact on the game. Malzahar should be pretty safe, and once you get to level 6, you're still going to press R. It's going to be the same. Got to watch out for those QSS taxes coming in. Didn't get much of a chance to see that last game. I think that I saw one QSS come in for Return of the Middlesticks, but it wasn't until it was too late.
Yeah, not really able to get themselves out of the death realm in that last game. But all the while, I think we've also, even though the champions are very different, I think we're looking at what is a fairly kind of similar in terms of sort of play style overall. VBU has definitely a sort of composition that says, okay, come at us. What are you going to do about it? We've got Braum, we've got Ezreal, and Malzahar, and all the while Volibear. Okay, maybe not the most offensive champion in the world, but either way, I think they have a very nice composition for what they're up against.
Yeah, this is a lot of a different style that I'm seeing from VBU Monster Mash going into Game 2. And I'm a little bit surprised that they changed it up this much, actually, because when you're talking about a comp like Ezreal, Braum, Malzahar, that's very, very disengage heavy, and I'm mostly expecting to see a split push focus Graves here from Panzora. I think that changing up from last game, having a team fight comp and that working out to having a split push comp, if they are able to win this game, then it's going to be very difficult for Return of the Middlesticks to come up with answers. But I think Return of the Middlesticks have a better comp this game, and they should be able to team fight effectively and take objectives if they have the macro to do it.
Yeah, last time around in Game 1, Return of the Middlesticks really didn't have any sort of priority on neutral objectives. I could kind of understand why they don't prioritize dragons as a squad. And drakes really aren't exactly all that impactful unless you get the soul. So if they just ignore that, I would then hope that they start to transfer the gold towards the top side of this map, especially with Cardinals on his favorite champion this time.
Yeah, so I think that the top lane matchup once again should be one to watch. It didn't end up having all that much spice last game. I think that the camera flashed over it for half a second to show Cardinals flashing once, and that was just about all that they showed us. But there was a lot of the time that Panzora was actually rotating down with the team, trying to teleport in for Drake fights and whatnot. So it made sense that there wasn't actually a lot going on in the top lane itself. But I think that Cardinals on the Wukong should have a decent matchup into Graves. I think Graves definitely feels good in the early game into almost anything. Got that little bit of extra range and the mobility to deal with the Wukong. But I think after level 6, Cardinals may be looking for some big all-ins.
Yeah, definitely. We do have updates from around the leagues though. Nowhere Frost confirming their 2-0 lead over Dorado Gaming Sumo, with Team Shadow Specters taking the second win off of Return of the Middlesex Crowstorm. So already 2 games on match point from around the series, but focusing quickly right back onto this series, Tiger. Who do you have for taking game 2, just based off of what we've seen so far?
Well, I think that Panzora is on a very strong day, especially after seeing that Mordekaiser game 1. So I think that is a good look for a VBU monster mash, but I have this game being pretty close into the later stages of the game. So I think that maybe we get a 35 minute thriller here in game number 2.
All right, we're looking for a much closer affair this time around, and hopefully we'll get that, but we're going to have to wait for a little bit as we do have the spectator delay coming up right about now. But when we come back, we will have loaded onto the Rift for game 2 between VBU Monster Mash and between the Middlesex Darkwind for the junior quarterfinals here in Runeterra Academy. Don't go anywhere, we'll see you then. once more we have returned to Summoner's Rift for Game 2 between VBU Monster Match and Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind for this quarterfinal between quarterfinal in Runeterra Academy's junior division. That was a slight mishap there, but all the while, Tiger, got a 5-point start, so feel free to take it away if you've got anything to say in these coming few minutes.
Yeah, I'm the banana took glacial.
He did!
Let's go!
Let's go. Actually, as you luckily were able to get that in time, as this ward isn't going to be able to be cleared by Panzer, so it won't have that slight advantage and the XP difference, but we're not quite over just yet.
Safe ward, let's go. All right, I want to talk for a moment about the runes. We got the summon Airy here for Vrang. That may be the normal for Malzahar. I haven't seen too many Malzahars recently. We got Pickaxe taking that lethal tempo, looking to do full damage Trundle. You'll love to see that. And I think that otherwise, notably, we've got an Ignite in the top for Panzora. He has no intention of going anywhere except the top lane. In my estimation here on this Graves. And I think that means that there's going to be a little bit more global map play potentially for Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. But there's going to always be that point of pressure, and Panzora may be looking to get some solo kills as well.
Yeah, and with that Ignite, really, it's going to feel really good for Panzora with that kill pressures. He's already hit level 2 first, and with the slight range advantage over Cardinals, I would expect this top lane to go heavily in favor for Panzora, but like you said, not as much pressure without that teleport across the map, so perhaps not going to be as adventurous as we saw him last time.
Yeah, and I think that without that adventurous aspect, we got a gank in the mid.
Just going to get that.
We gotta walk in through the mid lane. We gotta walk in through the mid lane. Nothing to see here. Just passing through. Hold on.
Lost in rotation. Not going to land that tether as the little minions are going to block that. However, straight to the top side, Panzora will drop the Ignite onto Cardinals, looking for the all-in, going low. Flash away now is that Wukong. So not going to have that available, but as we do see Pickaxe will try to find the gank here. Panzora still going to hold on to that flash now into the other bush, and will be able to get away from that as Shady Gecko does come up in support. But straight over to the mid lane, get a bit of a trade. Hold on, Cardinals very low, still not able to get away. Pickaxe going low. First blood picked up by Panzora. Cardinals too low to really do anything to help, especially without that flash. So perhaps a bit too much overconfidence from the side of Pickaxe, not quite really aware that his top laner not going to be able to do too much in that fight. So that is first blood claimed by VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, I like the attempt at the gank, forcing the flash out from Panzora, Pickaxe in the right place. But he's just there a little bit too long. Shady Gecko is able to come in for the counter gank. Cardinals has no way of participating in that fight at all. Got ignited, forced to flash away, had like 100 health, as you said. And I think that with that in mind, having Shady Gecko show up, not having flash going to be punished here in a big way for Pickaxe. And first blood going over to VBU Monster Mash means they're right back on the right track.
Yeah, definitely showing their prowess in these early games so far, even if they might not have been explosive at least last time around. They've definitely been they've been much stronger throughout this series, and once again looking to continue that. However, Shady Gecko looking towards the mid, they trying to find loss in rotation, will get the snare and will most likely be okay. I just stopped there for a little bit, so I'm not quite sure what happened on there, but yeah, he's still fine.
Yeah, I think lost in rotation going to be a difficult target for Shady Gecko here because LeBlanc's just such a slippery champion, as that passive to help out if things get rough. Once he gets to level 6, lost in rotation, also going to have that mimic to get an extra dash off. Can go back and forth between the jumping W. The ability's W. I have to...
The distort?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, there we go. That's the ability. However, Shady Gecko's now up to this top lane. Cardinals does not have his flash available. Stunned up, going low. Panzora has the burst, gets yet another kill in this top lane on the Grays, feeling really good as it's 2-0 VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, and having a Fed Graves in a solo lane just makes it that much harder. The range versus melee matchup, not good to begin with, but Cardinals getting pushed back and back and back, and it's going to be Panzora once again ruling over the early game.
Ooh, and it's a serrated Dirk for Panzora. He's looking like he wants to really start to run away with this, picking up lethality. So most likely going to be an Eclipse as the first buy, but all the while, if there is any sort of consolation for Return to the Middle Six Art win, they are doing quite well for themselves in the bot lane, and they have bought themselves enough pressure to be able to pick up this first Drake for really out without any sort of trouble.
Yeah, and that's been the strong point on the map through game 1 and game 2 for Return of the Middle Sticks. Yabinda getting that little bit of an early advantage, as you would expect for Lucian versus Ezreal matchup. But Yabinda definitely going to be looking to carry once again. Lost in Rotation also has a decent CS advantage, so as far as the CS gathering has gone, it's been pretty good for Return of the Middle Sticks, but with those two ganks top, that's where the real gold difference is coming in. About 1,000 right now in favor of VBU Monster Mash. Looking pretty similar to game 1 in that aspect.
Yeah, but this time around, clearly understanding that they don't have as much pressure towards the top side of the map, won't be conceding Drakes this time around. However, here is Shady Gecko, and that's going to be the stun onto I'm the Banana. He'll already use Flash Away as well, so 2 big summoner spells used from the side of Return to the Middle Sticks, but here comes the rest of the team. That's not Islamic Samurai getting very low, but it's not quite enough to take him down. And actually, on the return, got a few tower shots as Pickaxe is stunned up, and on the return, the one that they thought they had the numbers advantage on, turns out that they will go down. However, towards the top side, Cardinals going low, trying to find Panzora, won't force him under his own tower just yet, and he's looking very low on health. No Ignite left as it was used, and it's going to be Panzora picking up yet another kill in the top lane as well. So the score is now 4-0 VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, that was played fantastically in the top lane by Panzora. He was able to quick draw into collateral damage onto the turret side from Cardinals, which meant that Cardinals didn't really have any.
Hold on, Shady Gecko going to have to flash away there. So not going to have that for the next few seconds, nor really have the he really have his ultimate, but with nothing really on the map, I don't think he'll feel too bad about that.
Yeah, you gotta burn that stuff to get away sometimes. You don't want to give up that early advantage, but so far looking good for VBU Monster Mash once again in game number 2. And going back over that bot lane fight, it was kind of crazy, kind of chaotic. It was a good collapse by Return of the Middle Sticks, but VBU Monster Mash able to hold off, able to get back to tower, and then turn it around with the concussive blows. You got to watch out for that. The Ezreal Braum combo, definitely one of the safest in the game, but has sneaky engage potential. I should say counter engage potential. I mean, you're probably not going on to the back line like that, but if you're able to land one of those Winter's Bites, then all of a sudden it becomes very easy to stack up the concussive blows. Ezreal's Mystic Shot able to get the on-hit effect there, and we'll see if anything happens.
Hold on, we got a fight in the mid lane here. Lost in rotation, going to take a lot of damage. Return to actually passive will be proc there. So really well played by Vrong as both ultimates are used, but straight up to this top lane, Panzora does not quite know where Pickaxe is. And here it is. Will burn that ghost to try to find the kill. Panzora is still alive though, and will manage to escape. And with health bars looking not exactly in a great condition, that'll most likely be Rift Herald going over to VBU Monster Mash. And as we take a look at the scoreboard, yes, it was in fact Rift Herald getting claimed by Shady Gecko.
Yeah, and Shady Gecko was just standing there doing the Rift Herald as that fight commenced, so it was just kind of an easy switch places. Panzora was able to hold the aggro and not let the Rift Herald leash, and then they just turn right back around and finish the job. Once again, Panzora able
They
to
take mid.
find a good
No way,
outplay.
right? No way they take mid, right? Final plate. Shelly goes down. I don't believe they'll be able to take mid here, but still, that's going to be 4 plates going on to Vrong, who already has a almost 10 CS lead over Lost in Rotation. So he's only going to feel better and better as a result. As he recalls, we take a look towards his inventory. Maybe taking a few seconds there. God, yeah, gets the magic pin boots, so going to be doing that little bit extra amount of damage for himself and feeling quite nice, really.
Yeah, and once again, VBU Monster Mash able to start rotating their pressure. This has been great in the early games from Shady Gecko. This is exactly what every solo queue player wants their jungler to look like. Able to
Oh, hold
gather
on. Vrong
resources.
going to have to flash away as the ice pillar is used by Pickaxe on that gank. Bit of a sudden one there as the second Drake has come up, so trying to start this early Drake stacking is Return of the Middle Stick Starkwind, so if they have something to look forward to, at the very least, it's that. But that's going to be another tower going down. Cardinal's going to have to hop away here, even going to have to burn his ultimate, the Cyclone there. And yeah, so really just starting to feel a lot worse in this top lane, just really just extending what we've seen so far. More of the same.
Yeah, and a lot of attention being paid to that top lane from Shady Gecko, able to help out there. Mid lane goes down as well. And now
hold on towards the bot lane. I'm the Banana stunned up with the concussive blows. Archer going forward. One more auto attack is enough to take down I'm the Banana. And with Islamic Samurai still up and looking relatively healthy, they might try to find the kill onto Yabayinda. Though that being said, too many tower shots won't matter as Archer gets the double kill in the bot lane 2v2.
yeah, great Essence Flux there. You missed the Mystic shot, you better hit the Essence Flux. And that was a very close fight. Yeah, Yabayinda almost able to finish off some kills. A nice Unbreakable came up. Now we're going to have a fight mid potentially.
Oh, they're just going to run away. I mean, they should run away. Because, I mean, here comes Pick. Yeah, okay, they're back away.
Yeah. Anyways, it was a good Unbreakable to block a lot of that culling. So Islamic Samurai able to soak a lot of that damage. But it was about 200 health remaining for both Archer and Islamic Samurai at the end of that fight. So playing it out on narrow margins, knowing exactly their limits, able to pick up 2 kills there in the bot lane. We missed out on the second Drake being taken. That did go over to Return in the Middle Six, so they've kind of got themselves a soul stacking potential here with the Infernal Soul coming up. But I think that that's just about all that they've got going for them right now.
Yeah, really not even a single kill on the board, though. Usually, it is indicative, and with how narrow Yabienda's CS lead is in the spot lane, and now especially with that kill going over, it's definitely not looking good. Is the way I'd put it.
Yeah, Shady Gecko looking for some more ganks here potentially. It's just been gank after gank, and Shady Gecko actually down on CS, but I don't think that that really matters when you've got 3 assists. You got your team ahead, you've been taking those Rift Heralds.
Hold on, we've got another fight in this bot lane, going to try to look for it. Counter engage, I'm the Banana, going to snare, stun up 2 on the Solar Fair. Islamic Samurai has to flash away, Lost in Rotation gets the first early kill, and actually now Shady Gecko going low, will have to flash over that ice pillar. But meanwhile, oh, hold on, Archer staying a bit too long, Lost in Rotation, being very opportunistic with a bit of missed positioning from Archer, so 2 kills going over to the bot lane. However, Panzora is huge as he comes up with the collateral damage, going to return that 1 kill onto I'm the Banana here. However, Vrong, not quite done with him just yet. Without that spell shield now, all it's going to be used, going to take Lost Rotation very low. I believe that'll be enough to find the kill. It will, but he'll go down as well. So a 1-for-1 in the 2v1 on the back end of that fight towards the mid lane. And, you know, just considering how this game has gone so far, I'd have to say Return to the Middle Six Starkwind feeling pretty good about what just happened.
Yeah, a little bit less good though because the tier 2 mid fell during the process, so giving up some more gold off the map, giving up some more pressure, and now once you're able to start picking up maybe a second Rift Herald here coming up in 30 seconds,
Oh, hold on,
Archer looking
Archer's
to
just
win.
going to jump forward. But yeah, no. Cardinals.
Yeah, if they pick up that second Rift Herald, they could start cracking the base here as soon as like 17 minutes into the game. So I think that that's a position that VBU Monster Mash would love to be in. Definitely get some extra pressure over the third Drake as well. This is kind of like the last bastion of hope here in game number 2 for Return of the Middle Sticks. They gotta get this Drake if they want to win. We're getting a little bit of a pause here. We'll see if that resolves pretty soon. But VBU Monster Mash still in a very strong spot in game number 2.
We're right back straight away. Apparently Panzora was getting a little stint of lag, but as that pause was extremely short, I would have to imagine that it was resolved fairly quickly and shouldn't be too much of an issue throughout the rest of this game and series.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
I think that whenever you get a situation where you're into the mid game and you have a team that's already got a 5,500 gold lead, you want to look at how a team fight might play out in a way that could favor the team that's behind, because you're always looking for ways to get back into the game. But I think it might be to the point where it has
Shady Gecko going to get snared up here, and now the counter engage. That's Shady Gecko going down really quick, lost in rotation, picking up that first crowd. However, Cardinal is going to be slowed up and stunned. Will maybe manage to escape barely. Flash forward from Wrong, and there it is. The kill going to be taken down onto Pickaxe. Archer going to be claiming that one, and now I'm the Banana not quite getting summed up by the concussive blows, and the burn is enough. Double kill over to Archer as he sits now at 5-1-0, feeling really good on that Ezreal, despite what we really usually tend to think as being a very safe lane. Really popping off now is across the map is VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, well, Archer on this Ezreal has just been farming up for a while. But I think that when you've got a bunch of squishies on the other team and underdeveloped tanks also count as squishies, then you're able to start to do a ton of damage as an Ezreal. And that's what we saw there in that fight. You're able to knock down people with 2-3 Qs potentially.
Oh, hold on, Panzora trying to find the on-onto Yenda calling used. Not going to find much except for wave clear, but that actually probably would be what he want, given that Panzora would probably continue walking there with that wave. So neither player going down there, and kind of a bait, at least against me.
Yeah, being forced to flash, so worked out well for Panzora. Still able to push that bot lane up even further.
Rotation, getting a good bit of damage onto Wrong, and will be able to just distort away right before that ultimate came right back up with the Nether Grasp on Wrong. So won't be able to find the kill, but will force the recall and maybe a slight tempo advantage, but without much on the map, I'm not sure how much that'll mean.
Yeah, that last Nether Grasp from Vrang was pretty good. Not just because it was able to lock down the engage at the beginning of the fight, but the placement of it meant that the pool was in a spot that was doing some damage. If you remember the last fight in the river, it was a situation where it looked like kind of a disengage, but then it ended up being a completed engage after the fact of the flash. And that really set up Archer.
Well, yeah, Yenda just might be caught out here. Islamic Samurai not going to find the concussive blows getting the start. And hold on, Nether Grasp already back up, or actually not already back up. Back up as it wasn't used in that last fight. That being said, Shady Gecko going to have to hop away. Going to burn the ultimate, so perhaps not exactly the best mid-game from Shady Gecko considering the lead that his team has managed to garner. However, with these health bars being very low, they just might look for a second Rift Herald now.
I think that's kind of the luxury that you have when you have this big of a lead. I mean, Shady Gecko kind of has an uh-oh button in that Stormbringer.
Well, and they're going to try to go on in onto Pickaxe, hitting him low, but I'm not sure if it's enough. I'm the Banana going low, so is Pickaxe, but he's not quite down just yet in this 3v5. That's going to be I'm the Banana going down now, and so is Pickaxe. So with 2 members down and Cardinals in a very tough situation here, I'm not sure where he goes now after this under the tower, and all 5 members finding him. Archer going to be taking that kill. It is really
Baron.
yeah. Oh, it's Baron now. Actually, it was Herald a few seconds ago, but we've had enough time pass to where instead of Herald, it's going to be Baron. Perhaps we do have Lost in Rotation still around though on full health. I think these low health bars maybe might try to find something in the back end of this fight. Yeah, Yenda, there it is. Not going to find the steal. Is Lost in Rotation all the while. Yeah, Yenda might just be out of position here. Will go down as well. So, yeah,
Yeah, I think that got to make an attempt at that, and
Yeah.
I think it was good from Lost in Rotation there. Yeah, Bienda not able to escape quite as effectively on the Lucian as if it were the LeBlanc. But picking up the Baron there, pretty big here from VBU Monster Mash. They would be looking to push in towards the base. Still got that big lead, expanded out over 9,000 gold here, 21 minutes. They're going to be looking to end the game here pretty soon, I would have to feel. They're in the strongest spot that they'll probably be in at any point in the game right now, because not only are they in a position where they got, 2 items on their biggest carries, and they're able to take towers efficiently, but also you're talking about a spot where no one has more than 1 item on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. They're in a spot where they don't have a lot of options to fight back. Most of their options are just looking at running away right now. Lost in Rotation, able to pick up a bounty here on the objective. So we'll see if that starts to spring any sort of response from Return of the Middle Six. Lost in Rotation, 3-1-1 right now. Definitely in the strongest spot on the team, but still only 1.5 items. We're going to be looking to complete hopefully a death cap here pretty soon to start doing some one-shots in the next team fights.
Yeah, actually, I don't believe that's going to be a death cap, as the Hextech Alternator is the next item component that Lost in Rotation picked up. So I believe that would be. Hold on, let me try to remember. Is that Cosmic Drive?
No. So here's what it is. I think that that used to be the build that went into Horizon Focus, but they changed it, so that doesn't have a needlessly large rod in it anymore. There might be a different item that has a needlessly large rod in it that I'm not remembering, but I think that it's just depth cap.
Trying to think off the top of my head. I don't know. Sorry, we got.
Wookie told us it's Shadow Flame. All right.
Oh, it's
there
Shadow
we go.
Flame.
And there
oh
it is.
Shoot, there it is. It is Shadow Flame. How have I forgotten Shadow Flame's an item? It's a really very common mage item that gets built quite often, and I just for whatever reason forgot it existed. However, Rotation hopping away there, and is with this massive minion wave right as the Baron buff is ending, so they won't have it for this next tower. But with all these members in the top lane, this is going to be perhaps even an inhibitor going down, as the rest of Return to the Middle Six aren't even looking to recall here. Just taking as much as they can in return. That's going to be the inhibitor now going down. Surely they're going to have to look for the
They got a recall. They're going to lose their entire
They're going to lose the game if they don't try to here. Forward, and that's the 2 Nexus turrets going to be turned off, and they just might look to end now. Lost in Rotation, not quite down just yet. Cardinals going low, no kills used, but only 1 Nexus turret remaining. Solar Flare will stun up this Ezreal. Archer will just phase, Arcane Shift away, and in return, there's just not enough damage from Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, and it is dominance from VBU Monster Mash as they look to take game 2.
Yeah, the wave's about to come in. They got about 5 seconds to heal that health up in the fountain. Lost in Rotation going to be full here. Going to have to look for one-shots and kills.
Yeah, they're really going to have to, and with no more Nexus turrets, there they go, trying to find anything they can. They find one. Islamic Samurai, they're going down now, but they just don't have enough damage to find any more. Archer, actually, never mind, does finally die. But that being said, full health still is Panzora, and he's just feeling fine. I'm the Banana doing everything he can to try to stop this game from ending, but it's just not enough. And in 25 minutes flat, VBU Monster Mash take game 2 in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, and it's the Panzora show once again.
Oh, yeah.
11-0-4 on the Graves, able to set up the early game. Good ganks coming through there as well, able to help out. And it's just going to be a match point. VBU Monster Mash putting on a great performance here so far this series. And the answer's a little bit lacking from Return of the Middle Sticks. They're going to need to pick up the pace. They're going to need to look for the reverse sweep if they're going to have any chance of advancing. But I think that for now, VBU Monster Mash looking like a very strong team to contend with.
Yeah, definitely. This was not what we expected coming into this one. However, I think this goes. Even though we don't have an overall picture of how these teams play, there's like no possible way that we can watch every single match of theirs. However, I think this does go a long way to kind of showing that the Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, with how many bans he's been facing, that it's very much centered around his play. And I don't believe he had any LeBlanc games throughout last split at all. So forcing him onto something new, I mean, it's really working really well for Monster Mash. So I mean, you can really say it's a graveyard smash. And what others saw. I mean, I had to find a moment in there at one point to mention it. So.
Yeah, did they catch him with a flash or something?
Dude, I don't know. Either way, 2-0 VBU Monster Mash. We're going to send it to a break. When we come back, we'll have the draft of Game 3, and we'll see you then. And we are back for game 3 and match point here in the junior quarterfinals on Runeterra Academy. VBU Monster Mash looking to close out in what would be an absolutely emphatic sweep over Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind.
Yeah, they've looked good through games 1 and 2 so far. I think that going into game 3, I'm expecting well, I don't know what to expect really because VBU kind of changed up their draft entirely going into game 2 and it still worked. So, I mean, they kind of got a lot of different options that they can go with here. Definitely showing a lot of flexibility. And I think for Return to the Middle Six, they're going to have an entirely different sort of idea that they want to go with if they're going to have any chance. They're just going to have to throw a curveball, throw a wrench in the plans. Let's see if they can throw off VBU, but nothing that they've thrown at VBU so far has phased them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fight, all the mid lane bans in both games because Lost in Rotation. I know we were hyping him up before the series, and probably rightfully so because he did face multiple bans in both games 1 and 2, being the main focus. Didn't face 5 in game 1, mostly because they first picked Diana, but definitely being shown a lot of respect, and well, it's paying off in spades for VBU Mash.
Yeah, and I wanted to say that I don't think that Lost in Rotation has played bad through the first 2 games. I think that game 2 definitely Lost in Rotation was the best player on Return of the Middle Sticks. 4, 2, and 3 on LeBlanc definitely wasn't like slacking in any way. But I think that you gotta get some help from the team at some point. And the rest of the team, I mean, they haven't been able to keep up is the way that I would put it.
Yeah, just not really. It's been really just across the map. There were even points where you would see VBU Monster Mash focus one side lane, but then all the way across the map, they're also winning there. So when it's definitely not the best of situations when you're Return to the Middle Sticks. However, we're going to see what are these, the same exact bands. Oh, no, they're going to leave up Ari maybe with the Volibear Hover from VBU. Hold on, wait a moment.
Would that be trolling themselves?
Yeah, I know, because we have only seen mid lane bans until something has been picked for Lost in Rotation, but they're going to have this. Okay. They got us. But okay, hold on. Speaking of Volibear,
this is good. Oh my gosh, we got
locked in. 10 seconds left.
To get switched, but it didn't. So gonna be forcing out a little bit of a different pick here in game 3 for the side of VBU in the jungle. I think that picking up that Volibear is a pretty decent pick, but once again, I'm going to be looking for early game ganks here. Return to the Middle Sticks, gotta make use of having that early game jungle power, but it's going to be the Olaf going to be locked in for VBU. That gives a lot of potential for dueling in the jungle, very effective at skirmishing. I mean, you don't want to come into fights while you're on your jungle clear, but right at the beginning, you're going to have a lot of power in 1v1s if you're at full health. Going to be looking for early Drake stacking as well, and the Lucian worked out well last game. Might as well.
Wait, hold on. If I'm looking at this right, is VBU on red side or blue side?
VBU's on red side.
Yeah, they are on red side.
They were on blue side last
time. Yeah, so... Wait, am I just going crazy? Wait, I might just be going insane. Hold on.
Lucian got picked in the exact same spot in the draft.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because I was like, I don't think VBU played Lucian, but I just might be going crazy. But it's good to know that it was just a slight misunderstanding. Victor gets locked in for Return to the Middle Six.
Yeah, so the Victor, definitely a different style of pick coming in for Lost in Rotation. Not so much of the Assassin, but still has a lot of carry potential, should be good in lane. And we'll see if that's going to be the solution here. The Chaos Storm as well, going to be quite the effective.
Ooh? Okay. All right then.
I think
Sorry
Twitch,
for that, cut you off there, but yeah, Twitch is the answer. Nami gets locked in for VBU Monster Mash.
yeah, so VBU Monster Mash actually getting the Lucian matched up with the Nami. Last time around, we saw Return the Middle Sticks pick up the Lucian, but then they decided to pick up the Leona instead. So the Lucian Nami should be a great lane. We'll see if Archer is going to be pulling it off to the highest degree of effectiveness here. But I think that having that priority on the bot side, this is looking like a big Drake stacking game for VBU.
Oh yeah, I mean when you see Nami Lucian, the amount of damage that bot lane duo has is just immense, and throw that in with the early game power of Olaf. Jeez, man. VBU going to be completely dominating the spot side, or at least we would expect them to, with that in mind. And especially into Twitch, Victor not going to, usually not in the first few levels, not the most push potential. I mean, that's kind of dependent on what VBU decide to go with here. But overall, yeah, we're looking at what's going to most likely be complete bot lane focus from VBU.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the counter pick mid lane here. Should be on this pick. I'd like to see something like a Vex that would be able to set up some team fights in the mid game. But anything that's powerful in team fights is good. Corki definitely gives the scaling aspect. Now I'm going to double check this because I messed it up before, but this is Corki in the same spot in draft as game number 1, which means it was VBU that played before Brang. Having that nice Corki game number 1. Going to be looking to replicate that here in game 4.
Yeah, definitely a very, very common pick for Vrang. I mean, I believe it was his tied for second most picked throughout this last season. As Return of the Middle Sticks go for the Ornn as the blind pick top laner.
Yeah, I am seeing something in the client that is making me think that we're getting a substitution from VBU, actually. Despite winning the first 2 games, Flying Squirtle is in the jungle slot for them right now. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah,
but it will be the Lulu paired with the Twitch, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and getting that extra damage on hit going to feel very nice, and what's going to be a very, very strong front to back sort of composition for Return of the Middle Sticks, as they have rounded out their draft on B5 with Set going to be the answer into Ornn for VBU.
Yeah, I think that should make the top lane a difficult area to gank. We saw last game some attention being paid towards that top side from both teams. Panzora able to come out on top just about every gank, no matter who it was that was ganking. And I think that the Set definitely provides some similar power. Has gank setup as well, which should feel nice. And I think that going into an Ornn, being able to disallow the recast of Call of the Forged God is always something that you look for, and you can just come up with Face Breaker or Showstopper, and you can get that CC down onto him, and then he's not able to get that big knock up over your whole team. And I think that it's a smart counter pick here, going to provide some utility for the team. Set can also go more towards a split push focus build, although with all the lifesteal being nerfed, I feel like that's a little bit less likely.
Yeah, and especially with the general lack of tankiness from the rest of VBU's composition, I would kind of expect them to go towards the 5v5, especially if you can pick up Ornn or Volibear. They're going to throw them onto the back line. That's going to do a hefty amount of damage there, and also have a decent bit of setup for the rest of the team. So overall, I really do like both teams' drafts, but considering how strong VBU Monster Mash have been, what do Return of the Middle Sticks have to do to start to look to turn the series around?
Well, I think that if they're able to stay on even footing through the early to mid game, they've got a comp that scales well. They've got the Ornn, they've got the Victor. Twitch should be in a pretty hyper carry position, especially compared to the early game focus of the Lucian and Olaf that VBU have. So if we do end up getting to the late game on somewhat even terms, then I think that it'll look good for a return of the middle sticks. But getting to the late game is the hard part.
Yeah, I don't think we've really gotten to what most would consider a late game state in games 1 or 2, and now with this massive early game composition, VBU Monster Mash really trying to make a statement with the potential sweep coming through.
Yeah, so it is going to be Flying Squirtle here in Game 3 in the jungle role for VBU Monster Mash. So they did make the swap there. They have swapped back and forth, all split long between Flying Squirtle and Shady Gecko, who has played these first 2 games. So not necessarily super surprising to see, although it didn't seem like a spot where they really needed to swap back, but we'll see if Flying Squirtle is able to put on just as impressive a performance throughout the early game as we saw from Shady Gecko.
It might also be a case of it's amateur play at not really potential pro play sort of status. So if they got something going on, really, sometimes you would have priorities and life gets in the way, which could also be a possibility. But Flying Squirtle, I believe, had more games overall in the jungle role throughout the split. So it might even just be Flying Squirtle having only been able to arrive now. Who really knows? But as you were saying, yeah, that substitution, and with now Olaf being locked in, we can potentially see what is just destruction in the early game.
Yeah, so I think that all in all, a contrast of ideals here between the 2 team comps. It means that very early game should be favorable for VBU Monster Mash. They've got some scaling into the late game with Corky. Set should be decent in the late game as well. And Olaf, he can kind of hold his own, but is going to be more and more difficult for them as the game progresses. But they've got a lot of early power to stack up those Drakes. Meanwhile, I'm still looking for Lost in Rotation. Has been solid in this series so far, in my estimation, and looking for that carry performance to be snowballed into a win.
And on a different note, we've got updates on the scores from elsewhere. No Org Frost and OMT Chronos complete their sweeps. However, Return of the Middle Sticks Crow Storm did manage to take Game 3 off of Team Shadow Spectre, sending that one even further on into Game 4. But we're going to switch our focus back here now, as we do have a spectator delay. And when we come back from that, we will have loaded onto the Rift for a match point Game 3 between VBU and Monster Mash and Return of the Middle Sticks Dark. Don't go anywhere. what might be the final time tonight onto the rift between VBU Monster Mash and Return of the Middle Six Darkwind. As speaking of VBU
30
Monster Mash,
seconds
we
until
got a
minions
potential
spawn.
invade coming into the bot side of the match. Flying Squirtle leading this, going to probably find Slon to Yab Yinda, does blindly. Now slowed up once more, going to have to flash over the wall there. So the Rat not going to have the flash for these first few minutes of the game, and then immediately VBU Monster Mash feeling very good already.
Yeah, nice undertow connecting from Flying Squirtle, and not too easy to get out of that.
Minions have
Maybe
spawned.
heal works, maybe it doesn't though. So just playing it safe, flashing away. Yeah, being not wanting to get killed up for first blood. Uh, and I think that that's a wise decision, but now could be punished. Flying Squirtle definitely going to have some early game power on this Olaf, but could be challenged here in the jungle as Pickaxe potentially looking to go for a steal on this red buff, has the vision.
Yeah, he does in fact have vision. However, he stayed quite a while, and as it starts, he's just going to walk away. So, going to be behind very early on in this clear, and going into Olaf. This might be a little bit of a struggling situation for Pickaxe in these early levels.
Yeah, Flying Squirtle should be clearing camps extremely fast on Olaf. So I think that giving up any tempo in the jungle is definitely going to be punishable.
Or is having a really nice trade on to Cardinal there.
Yeah, Panzor taking Knight once again, looking again maybe to get some kills in lane, trying to take advantage of the Ornn early game, not going to have too much strength into the likes of a set, and should be able to make some good use out of that advantage, build up some more CS leads, try to set up the team for victory once again. No pun intended.
Yeah, even though you would kind of expect either way, level 2 advantage over to the bot lane of VBU Monster Mash. That being said, the extra tower shot going to make it relatively even, despite being what was initially looking really good from them.
Yeah, and I think that trading in the bot lane always going to be a good thing for the side with Nami. Islamic Samurai not going to be feeling too bad about going for a trade there, even if you do take a tower shot. You can always just heal it back up with the ebb and flow. Nami just powerful in lane like that. And the decision here to go with the relic shield from I'm to Banana definitely makes sense. But it's very telling that they're trying to just survive the lane phase and not going to be going for very many kills, at least not before level 6. I think level 6 Twitch's power strike, power spike is strong enough that you can try to look for some stuff. But once again, you're going to be up against a Lucian Nami, so how much of a chance are you really going to get without jungle intervention?
Yeah, and even though you did mention that really nice level 6 powers, I can't speak either apparently. Level 6 power spike from this bot lane all the while. Archer and Islamic Samurai are going to feel good themselves. However, just hitting level 3 now. Archer going low. One auto attack is enough on the Ignite to take the kill. Flying Squirtle going to show up. Not going to be able to get enough damage onto the rest of the bot lane. So even though the gank does come through, Archer dies too fast. And that's first blood going over to Return of the Middle Six Darkwind for the first time this series.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too much to deal with in the damage coming out from Twitch.
Squirtle's still here.
If you don't play the matchup very much against Twitch, it can be very surprising how much early damage there is.
Jax is going to try to fight Panzor. Flashed early. I don't believe he has the phase breaker, and he won't, not the phase breaker, the haymaker, and won't be able to get that shield, and will go down there. Kill going over to Cardinal. So early on, Return to the Middle Stick Starkwind feeling very good, which is this is the first time the whole series we've been saying that.
Yeah,
We're
and
trying to find the cleanup though. He is here, and with 2 low health bars, flashing forward onto Pickaxe does get that first kill, and I believe Cardinals should be out, so it'll be the 1 kill going over to the mid laner of VBU Monster Mash in return. But still, overall, really good stuff from Return to the Middle Stick Starkwind. A really, really big difference than what we've seen in the first 2 games.
yeah, and in the game where they have the more late game comp out of all of the games, I would have thought that this would be the one that they'd fall behind early. But so far, they're able to get about a 1K gold lead The lane swap here coming out from VBU Monster Mash will save some of the farm. Vrang able to pick up what would have been missed there by Panzora, so they'll swap back here. As the first Drake has spawned into the game, it's an Infernal Drake. We'll see if there's any priority. I've been expecting that this will be a Drake stacking game from VBU Monster Mash, but we'll see how quickly they want to start that up. Definitely want to look for the soul here, though. That would be one of their win conditions with the earlier team comp. But so far, they're not able to get any priority anywhere on the map just yet.
Yeah, not just yet, especially with that kill in the bot lane. Cardinal going to be able to actually fairly decently there, considering that it is on into set early on. But that being said, with that kill in the bot lane, it allowed the hold on, we've got a fight coming through. Early smite from Pickaxe to find a bit of health, and with the Chaos Storm will be enough to take down Flying Squirtle before he gets the kill onto Pickaxe. So that's going to be the first initial kill. Going over to the return to the middle 6 Darkwind. However, here comes the rest of VBU Monster Mash, though they don't have a jungler just yet, so they're probably not going to try to take that and be a bit daring. At the very least, if they do attempt it.
Yeah. Lost in rotation, won that rotation, able to get towards the river first. Vrang not able to follow up. And so in the 2v1, Pickaxe able to pick up that kill. Flying Squirtle, though, fighting it out so tough. I mean, almost was able to pick up the kill in the 1v2. So right now, pretty strong spot for the Olaf. Once that level 6 comes through, he actually will be picking up that kill in the 1v2. So I think that got to be playing it out carefully here if you are returning the middle sticks. And they weren't able to take the Drake off the back end of that fight either, because there was so much damage onto Pickaxe before they could turn back onto that
Pickaxe
Drake.
didn't have smite.
Yeah, didn't have smite either.
Used it earlier to stay alive at the beginning of that fight, so...
Yeah, both junglers smited the Drake, but neither of them took it.
Yeah, I mean, well, in that sort of duel, I mean, you gotta take the health. I mean, you'd rather live than hold on to your smite. As speaking of the dragon, that is going to be Flying Squirtle, picking up the first Drake of this game a bit later than we might have expected, but getting it nonetheless.
Yeah, still able to pick it up. Now Rift Herald on the map, so that's been a point of priority throughout the series for VBU Monster Mash. We'll see if they're able to pick that up. We've seen a bit of a roam coming out from Cardinals, trying to shake things up once again. And I like how we've seen this early game played out by Return of the Middle Sticks. They've just been going for plays onto different lanes, trying to get some kills, get some advantages, and now they're looking mid.
Yeah, we've got all these members in the mid lane. Pickaxe getting the first kill onto Vrong very early on. Ragnarok used, but I don't believe it'll be enough, as he might even just go down himself here. Going to be able to find that last tick of damage onto Flying Squirtle, but still it's very well thought by Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind.
Yeah, they're able to pick up a kill on the dive. Vrang not able to hide under the safety of his tower, and that means it's 4-1 now. This is a well-played early game coming through from Return of the Middle Sticks.
Hold on, the stun's going to come through though. Showstopper, solo kill onto Lost in Rotation. Panzora gets that there, but straight over to the bot lane. Actually, we've got the director camera going all over the place. Actually, yes, we are back in the bot lane. Level 6 has now been received by Yinda. We'll get that first kill, and now Archer looking very low. That is a not solo kill, a 2v2 kill in the bot lane for the bot lane of Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind. One apiece going on to ADC and support.
Yeah, well played once again. Yabienda gets to level 6 and pulls out the spray and pray. And with the wild growth in tow as well, that means that it's a little bit too much power to deal with. The culling not able to knock any pins over. And 2 more kills going in favor of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. They're not giving up here despite their 2-0 deficit. They're looking for a win here in game number 3.
Hold on, flash forward. Going to try to find Vrong, followed up. Going to be stunned now, flashing on that was wrong, but he's getting burned, and with the smite, Pickaxe will be able to pick up another kill onto the mid laner of VBU Monster Mash.
That's not a dragon, but you can still kill it with smite. So good work there from Pickaxe getting another kill. 3-1-1 on the Volibear. Volibear's just been a strong pick throughout this
Oh
series.
yeah.
Definitely paying off as a first pick here. Making a lot of sense. And now it's going to be just under 3,000 gold advantage going in favor of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. They're going to be in a very nice spot going into the mid game, and we'll see if they can continue having success.
Yeah, I mean, if it keeps up like this, we just might have what we saw in the first two games, except for going the way of Return of the Middle Six, as Panzora's going to have to flash away. Forge got used, kept coming through, and Panzora doesn't have the Haymaker to keep himself alive. Could be very low. There it is, Pickaxe picking up a 4th kill before Flying Sword couldn't even think about using the go through the return game. Hold on, they just might try to find 2. Flying Squirtle taking a lot of damage here, though. The Stormbringer is not quite available, but as both these two members are really tanky, lost in the Ragnarok rotation, not lost in Ragnarok. Well, I mean, I guess the Flying Squirtle was lost in Ragnarok there as he goes down, and it is dominance from Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind.
Yeah, they're really coming to play here in game number 3. Good rotation from Lost in Rotation, able to pick up a kill. Finally on the board, and only had assists so far. But that means that now every member of Return of the Middle Sticks has got a kill this game. They're looking to expand on that gold lead even more. They're looking to put game 3 in the books and start working towards that reverse sweep. They're looking a little bit early to call that maybe, but so far the 9-2 is a very well played early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of putting it for sure. I would say complete and utter dominance would be another. But either way, we do have another Drake coming up in less than 30 seconds here, so potentially maybe the Drake stacking can force favorable fights for VBU Monster Mash for the rest of the series. However, if we look at the mid lane, just in that trade alone, the amount of damage that's starting to come out from... Hold on, I'm the banana just might be cut out here. Wild Growth will be used, going low. Will it be enough damage? Yes, it is. Shutdown going on to Lucian, and now Ragnarok Pop trying to find his way onto Yabienda. 2 kills going over to VBU Monster Mash early on here. Pickaxe going to be stunned up by the bubble. However, Flying Squirtle has gone lone, but it will go down as well. So 3 for 1 actually in favor of VBU. Monster Mash is lost in rotation. Really not going to be able to do much on the back of that fight, and I believe that will be the second trade going over to VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, and having that Nami isn't just a useful thing for Lucian. Olaf definitely loves having that Enchanter support as well, so is Islamic Samurai, doing a lot of work there to keep the team alive, set up some CC, and just a great collapse on the pick, and trying to save the day was a little bit too far a bridge to go for Yabienda and Pickaxe. So 3 for 1 able to go in favor of VBU Monster Mash. Still playing this game hard there and closing the gold lead to just about 1.5k.
Yeah, and it's definitely a good way to stop the bleeding, and also picking up that Hex Tech Drake means that 1, will have an ocean map, and 2, they have the dragon stacking underway, so they can still start to threaten it and force plays around the map with that extra pressure of those dragons going on.
Yeah, I think that having that win conditions going to serve them well, but Vrang might get picked.
Yeah, Vrang really can't go anywhere. Stunned up. Call of the Forge God will follow that as well. Vrang just will be destroyed by Pickaxe. And meanwhile, over to the bot lane, it's not enough damage to taking down I'm the Banana in the early portion of this fight. Archer equally low. As that fight is kind of going to result in neither side going to end up with a kill. However, yeah, Yabienda going a bit quiet. However, Pickaxe doesn't have his ultimate available, so won't be able to be slowed up by Flying Squirtle there as he uses the Ragnarok. And I believe that would be just about it for most of these fights across.
Yeah, Lost in Rotation somehow got executed by the tower and all of the commotion in the mid lane, but still not
I didn't
giving
even
over.
realize that.
Not giving over any gold, just the fast way back to base. Executing is definitely a lot nicer to do than giving over a kill. Now trying to take the Rift Herald here is VBU Monster Mash, but I feel this might get contested.
Yeah, I mean, returning the middle sticks are in and around, and there's the reset on it. So what was looking like it just might be an absolute coup for VBU Monster Mash just might be turning into Flying Squirrel going down, as he's already lost most of his health bar. The heal from Islamic Samurai maybe keeping him alive there.
Watch for package from Brang though.
Yeah, you do have to watch out for that Valkyrie package from Wrong. I don't believe he's going to really look for anything else here. Pickaxe are taking a decent amount of damage though. And do these two teams just kind of handshake and walk away from each other? No, maybe not. The call's not quite coming through. Pickaxe and they'll probably freely secure that. The Runeterra Jr. But that being said, the extra pressure in this last fight should mean that they are able to secure the first Rift Herald on the side of Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind.
Yeah, and Yabdiinda didn't even rotate, so we're just able to pick up some farm in the meantime, able to push that under tower. Not taking the tower itself, but getting the Rift Herald in addition is just gravy at that point. You're able to get more farm, you're able to get more objectives, and Return to the Middle Six Darkwind looking to get more games here and try to extend the series. Look for a potential first tower. Already one's gone down in mid actually, so a second tower in top lane is potentially a target. And rotating lane.
Yenda's invisible, and there it is. Shirelia's Reverie used. Gale Force forward, and that is a clean kill for Yab as he gets the dive off onto Gronk, who is completely unsuspecting of that, which he was invisible and sneaking up on him.
Yeah, and that's one fast rat. Shirelia's Gale Force tier 2 boots. I mean, even the stealth gives a little bit of extra speed, so that's going to be very quick movement coming out from Yabinda, and able to pull off the dive quite effectively. Vrang not able to survive at all, and another kill on the board for Yabinda.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a completely new look Return of the Middle Stick squad so far. I mean, at this point in games 1 and 2, we were already looking to go to the next game, but I mean, I guess we still are here, as it's been dominance from Return to the Middle Six as they look to extend it. Tidal Wave being used by Islamic Samurai will stop that fight from occurring just for now, but without that ultimate available, it's going to be advantage Return to the Middle Sticks Darkwind, or at least even more so in this upcoming fight, as the Ocean Drake does come from just a few seconds. Rico used to probably try to draw attention away and hold on. They just might look for the rest of the fight. Calling Forge God, not going to find any knockouts, but I'm not sure if it'll matter. Panzor caught out here, not going to be able to use the Haymaker to keep himself alive for any longer, as that's the first heal going over to Return to the Middle Six Darkwind, and a few really low health bars. There it is, Flying Squirtle taken down as well on the Gale Force from Yabinda, picking that one up. Wrong now looking low, and perhaps not quite going to go down, though John a few more summoner spells used, but there it is. Lost in rotation, going to manage to pick that one up, and it's a 4-4-0 actually going in favor of Return to the Middle Six Darkwood after all is said and done. Not going to lose any members of their team, despite these extremely low health bars.
Yeah, and they're going to get the inhib tower, they're going to get the Drake and stop the stacking, and it's going to be a 4,000 gold lead going in favor of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. They controlled this early game, they snowballed effectively, and now they finally have the gold lead to show for it, and they're going to pick up that Drake. And Yabinda making this Twitch pick sparkle.
Yeah, or whatever the sewer rat equivalent of sparkling is, I'm not quite sure. But I mean, yeah, definitely a really incredible performance from Yabinda. Definitely been a bit more quiet, especially considering the not as high expectations as we did for Lost in Rotation, but still definitely a very solid player in his own right, and starting to show it now in this game 3. Lost in Rotation, speaking of Lost in Rotation, Islamic Samurai trying to get the solo kill there, even with Archer nearby, going to force the flash out from the Nami, and really that's going to be a massive cooldown already used for basically nothing.
Yeah, so no flash on the fish. We'll see if it ends up becoming a problem. 20 minutes have passed, so any sort of big picks or team fights coming up, watch out for the Baron on the back end. Trying to set up vision for that Baron is what got Islamic Samurai caught out, actually forced to flash there. And now looking for some deep vision is VBU Monster Mash. They're going to try to set up a play
Oh
on
no,
the top
Lost in
side.
Rotation had an inkling of an idea, even though he didn't have vision. Now Pickaxe going to try to find the stun. Ragnarok Hughes going to try to find some answer. Lost in Rotation. Killing coming through, but is it enough? He's gone low. Lost in Rotation gets that on the killing spree, and that is 2 kills going over to Return to the Middle Six Darkwind as they start heading straight to the Baron.
Yeah, and I was looking for the carry from Lost in Rotation at the beginning of the game, but really we've had a pretty big carry this time around from Pickaxe on the Bowler Bear.
Yeah.
Maybe we saw the flash of the ban that was being held up by VBU Monster Mash. Maybe they should have actually banned.
Hold on, flash in from Pandora, going to try and find a way onto Lost in Rotation. Showstopper used, there it is, shut down Pandora, getting that one kind of against the run of play. However, that is still going to be Baron taken by Return of the Middle Six Darkwind, so they will claim that neutral objective. That one really early, and seeing how early it is, might be massive, as actually, VBU Monster Mash may have just stayed a little bit too long. Ult used by Yabinda, using that spider play, Gale Force forward, and here it is. Panzor doesn't really have anywhere to go as Yabinda gets yet another kill. Call of the Forge God uses Islamic Samurai. Won't be targeted by that Call of the Forge God. Slight mistake, but I'm not sure how much it'll matter as he's gone down to about a third of his health bar remaining. There it is. Islamic, no, it's not quite. I believe Pickaxe may have slight misclick onto the target as he did not hit Islamic Samurai after using the Stormbringer there. So the fish manages to get away as a result, but a bit surprisingly so.
Yeah, able to get out of that situation, but not the most optimal play to be forced to run away like that. Still, though, anytime that the enemy team has Baron and they're chasing after things other than your towers, that's probably a decent situation, and able to survive is a good situation as well. Just trying to farm it up for a little while here. VBU Monster Mash need to set themselves up in a position where they can get back to fighting on even terms, but I think that right now it's going to be difficult for them to get back to a position where they can win 5v5s. It's more about
winning 5v5s. Archers just deleted. That being said, Yabienda is going to have to flash over as Flying Squirtle not quite taken down just yet. The early portion of Spice. Pickaxe flashes forward and the Ragnarok ends. That's another kill going over. Wrong now down as well, as it's currently a 3-4-0 and Panzor's on the wrong side of the map here. Inhibitor now going to be taken by Return to the Middle Six Darkwind, and after they're not killing off this, they might look for the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5v2.
Yeah, it is. The showstopper going to try to be used by Panzor does get the shutdown, and another absolutely huge from the set on Panzor, so will prevent this game from ending in just absolutely massive plays. Some heroics from the top laner of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, taking kills on both of the main carries there, so a good showstopper coming out and putting the game in a position where it can still potentially be come back from. I would like to check the individual gold because right now Panzora's got 3,000 lead on Cardinals. Pickaxe has the same lead on Flying Squirtle. But that's kind of the only thing that's keeping VBU Monster Mash in the game right now is Panzora's lead. So we'll see if Panzora can continue to win out in some team fights.
And as these recalls took a while, especially with these death timers, all 5 members of VBU Monster Mash here at the Ocean Break, picking up that to go onto Soul Point. Just a little bit extra pressure here for going in favor of VBU Monster Mash. So even though they haven't exactly been the best so far this game, they do have something to potentially weigh against Return of the Middle Six.
Yeah, they'll be looking for that.
We look at the chat. Apparently, it's a really important phone call. I'm not sure if that's I'm the Banana or Yabienda getting that right now, but if it is important. You know, like I said, with amateurs, sometimes life gets in the way, and here we are. So all the while, we're going to take a step back, and I think when we do that, we say, "Return to the Middle Six Darkwind." Completely different look, team.
Yeah, I think that it's not necessarily like they drafted differently. It's more the style that they're playing is different. They're playing with a lot more of it's like they know what they want to do and they are not hesitating at doing it. They have a focus about them that didn't seem to be there in game 1 and game 2. They kind of were just on the map and maybe playing a little bit reactively in game 1 and 2. But game 3, they are taking actions and they're taking them confidently and they're making them work. So it's been a good sight to see. Yabyinda definitely popping off on this Twitch. You got Pickaxe coming through with some pretty big ganks as well. And just all around a better played game than we saw in game 1 or 2.
Yeah, and with that, since it's been a little bit longer than we have expected, we are going to send it to a break. But when we get back, we will have restarted in this game, and probably going to be a little bit longer since the whole happens when pausing and then the game kind of freezing on the spectator and as a result. But until then, don't go anywhere. Are back. Phone call concluded, and well, all the while, the top lane push for Return to Middle Six Darkwind is continuing on with the siege. However, there goes Panzora with the showstopper, trying to find all the damage he can. Awesome rotation going very low, but it's not quite enough to find that kill just yet. And there it is. It's not enough to take down the carries of Return to Middle Six Darkwind. So what might have just been a long pause turned into a really short end of the game, as there we go. Not quite the Ace of Strong still alive, but 4-0 going in favor of Return to the Middle Six Darkwind.
Yeah, and that should be the game. I don't see how it's going to be defended here.
But yeah, wrong stunned up. There it is. There's the Ace, and yeah, that was relatively quick. Especially with that pause, how long it was. So yeah, here we are.
That was a big polymorph in that fight from I'm the Banana, able to shut down Panzora Panzora wasn't able to get off the haymaker until after the grip bar had been taken down by half, so that reduces a bunch of the damage that was coming out there. It was a good attempted engage, but just not enough there from VBU Monster Mash. So able to take us to game 4 is Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwing, and as they pick up the win in game number 3.
Yeah, and really well played from the side of Revenge of the Middle Sticks. We've had really so far in the series only games that they've been stomps all 3 times. So
Yeah, a little bit of a stomp, anyways. I bet if we took a look at the gold graphs over time, they would quite agree with you. But I think that going into game number 4, having had both teams win, it's a little bit more up in the air about which direction this series might go. We've already had 2 of the series conclude. I need to check if the third series has gotten an update on the
no,
fourth.
Team Shadow Spectre is still sitting at a 2-1 lead over Return of the Middle Sticks Crow Storm. So we don't have an update on that just yet, but we will whenever we do, and we will tell you then. But until then, we're going to send it to a break. But when we come back, we will have the draft of game 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. And we have returned for the draft of Game 4. And honestly, a bit against the run of play. Games 1 and 2 being absolutely dominated by VBU Monster Mash, and we almost expected that we would be in and out really fast in a sweep. But here we are for Game 4, Tiger.
Yeah, maybe it's just Volibear difference. I don't know. The
Bear gap, or
Volibear
is it
looks
phone gap? Who knows?
phone gap, phone gap.
Phone gap. OP.
Definitely nothing to do with the gameplay
nothing to do with the 7K plus gold lead going into that last pause. No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, VBU Monster Mash back on the blue side, so returning the middle sticks, you're gonna have to choose to either ban it away or else they'll have to keep banning the Mordekaiser. But
Ooh,
that
yeah,
means
there
the
it
Mordekaiser back open.
Yep, right back up. We saw how strong it was in the first game. However, I think part of that was simply because it was like the perfect counter pick to the composition. So obviously it was terrifying in that game, so I wouldn't write it off completely, but potentially it's not as scary as some might think it is. Viego's the first pick for VBU.
All right, we're gonna have another different look in the jungle. Going to be the Viego, another carry-oriented pick. Gonna be a little bit different than Olaf in the sense that Viego is going to be stronger in mid to late game team fights. Going to be able to just pick up a reset and then run with it. Nocturne I like as an answer. Nocturne I just like as a champ. I'm going to be able to turn off the lights. Making anyone nearsighted always something that I think has more value than people give it credit for. But we'll see if Nocturne is going to be good enough to 1v1 the Viego here, as it's going to be a jungle matchup of Pickaxe versus Flying Squirtle. And I think that's what we'll see for the rest of the series, is those two matching up. So Pickaxe definitely picking up the level of play in game number 3.
Yeah, and all the while, that's going to be Seraphine locked in for most likely I'm the Banana. I believe Seraphine was his most played champ in the last split. And with that, and considering how good he was on Enchanters and at least in that last game, he definitely might be feeling all right, as once more it's Ezreal Braum for the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Returning to what worked in game number 2. Could also be looking towards another split push style top laner. I think that works decently with Viego. I mean, Viego I feel like is a team fighter, but Viego also is a powerful enough champion that if you can get a situation where you're in like a 3v3, 4v4, even maybe down a member and you can get that first kill, he can just take over a fight. I like the Tristana here, getting some more power in lane. Tristana should actually win lane and be stronger later on in the game than Ezreal, I think. But I think that Ezreal is still going to be a useful pick here into 3 squishies, going to do a lot of poke damage with the Mystic shots. So both AD carries are going to be in a solid position this game to do a lot for their team.
Yeah, definitely. You say the early levels, but I think like the super early levels, like levels 1 to 3, I would say slightly Ezreal favored simply just because of the range advantage. Tristana obviously getting the range on her passive as she levels up, as we see 2 top lane bans getting focused by Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, gonna be able to ban out that Mordekaiser.
All of the top lane, actually.
All the top lane. Still banning out that Wukong, even though game number 2 wasn't that strong. It's going to be counter pick top, it looks like. The Corki being stolen away by Return in the Middle Sticks, but now VBU Monster Mash get to show their hand of what they like as the answer to the Corki.
Victor Corki, because we haven't seen enough of that this year. I mean, I lost in rotation. I mean, not lost in rotation. Wait, yeah, hold on. Brain? No, wrong. Wrong was on Corki last time. Wait, hold on. Brain, flip, work. I don't know. Zillion hover. Zillion lock in. There it is. Can't Killian the Zillion. Ignore my inability to remember anything correctly, as we got the first Zillion of the series.
Yeah, I like the Zillion. And once again, this is setting up a split push. I think that you can still go with the Graves here as a blind pick, potentially. But
Okay. All right. Jace then. Well, if you're talking about the split push, you really don't get much stronger than Jace.
yeah, this actually gives them a sort of poke comp that should work well with Viego as well. So even if it's a situation where you want to group up, it's still going to be worthwhile to have that Jace just to shoot out those accelerated shock blasts, try to get some damage down, and then let Viego go in and get a reset. Cardinal's going to be back on Ornn duty. It worked out well last game. We'll see if he can pilot it to high levels of effect once again in game number 4. I think that once again a pretty scaly draft from Return of the Middle Stack, and I don't mean the kind where it's like a dragon. I mean the kind where once you get to level 16, it's impossible to beat you. But for VBU Monster Mash, they've got a different look, returning to similar style to game number 2. But I think that the Zillion pick could also be an X factor.
Yeah, I mean, really, you think the ability to, with that, as you mentioned, the poke composition, Zillion, going to be able to disengage any sort of potential fight fairly easily if they're grouped up. Obviously, Nocturne being able to turn off the lights, feeling good about himself. But with, as you said, Ornn duty, I'm not sure how big I am on this time around because Braum was already selected. So Return of the Middle Stick's kind of just saying, yo, we'll take it. Make sure to use your Unbreakable command.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. Braum good into Ornn as far as team fights go. But if you can get those charms coming up early on in the fight, then maybe you can nullify that. Unbreakable actually also good for blocking Encore, so many things that can be blocked here by Braum's Unbreakable. Gonna have to make the right choice though, because you can't really block all of them unless they get all used at the same time. So Return the Middle Stick's gonna have to try to layer their engages so that not all of it can be soaked up by that Braum.
Yeah, that's much for sure. That much is for sure. But the reason why I kind of focus on the Ornn as like a questionable one is simply because it was picked afterwards. Seraphine being R2 blindly into that matchup, so not really much you can say there. But Ornn R5. I mean, they saved counter pick for the top lane, and then pick Ornn. I mean, I guess it works. I mean, Cardinals. I think he's looked much better on these tanks. And this, well, I mean, considering we only had 3 games, and well, last game was just about the only one that Return of the Middle Sticks looked like they even put up a fight, was on the Ornn. So maybe it's just Return of the Middle Sticks understanding that perhaps on a micro level that that Panzor is going to usually going to win the 1v1 out there.
Yeah, I do think that Return of the Middle Sticks made adaptations to their play style that they can keep through this game. But I think Nocturne's not as strong of an early jungler as Volibear is, so I'm looking for VBU Monster Mash to take advantage of the fact that they should have some time in the early levels where they can look especially towards the top lane to try to get some kills, try to get a gold lead, and see if they can expand on that and start snowballing in their favor once again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, both these games have been. I believe everybody who's gotten first blood has ended up winning both times. So yeah, definitely going to have to. I'd say the English is a hard language. Going to be very early game focused with these selections, or not necessarily with these selections, but just with how the series has gone. And if Jace can get going, oh boy, kind of hard to stop.
Yeah, so we'll see if it's another Panzora carry or if it's going to be someone else on the map doing all the hard work. I definitely have a lot of respect for what we've seen from Yabienda this series.
Oh yeah.
And I think that the Tristana pick is going to be the other thing that I look for. So it's going to be Panzora on Jace, Brang on Zillion, and Yabienda on Tristana are the ones that I think will end up deciding what the outcome of the game is.
And with that, we have a few players to look forward to, or at least focus on in this upcoming game, but we have hit the spectator delay. So when we come back, we will load onto the Rift for what might be the last time, or maybe we'll be hearing Silver Scrapes at the end. Either way, don't go anywhere. We'll see you then. we are back and have loaded onto the Rift for Game 4 after what was a really sudden and perhaps unexpected
30
turnaround from
seconds until
Return of the Middle
minions
Six
spawn.
Darkwind after. If I'm going to be frank about it, it was an abysmal first two games, but here we are once more and with a chance to potentially go to 5. Tiger.
Yeah, I think that the way that Return of the Middle Sticks played out in games 1 and 2, it didn't seem that bad to me. It was just that they were too passive, and once the lead went over to VBU Monster Mash, they weren't going
Minions
to
have
give it back.
spawned.
So I feel like that's more well played by VBU Monster Mash than it is played horribly by Return of the Middle Sticks. But they definitely found another level. They found what they needed to win there in game number 3, and we'll see if they're able to continue that here in game number 4. I think that they've got some opportunities once they get level 6s. They'll be looking for pickaxe to get some of those picks, like his name says, but potentially going to be up against a lot of resistance because very difficult to kill a lot of the members here on the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, definitely, and especially with Rom and Zillion getting thrown into the mix post 6, it's going to take a lot to be able to find any sort of kills in this game for Return of the Middle Six Darkwind. However, that is something to potentially look out for, as we've gotten some crazy unexpected early games so far in this series.
Yeah, but there's not a whole lot in this game that's going to allow an early game to go that crazy. I mean, the only setup CC is a double E from Seraphine or a Q from Braum plus that concussive blows getting charged up 3 more times. And mid lane, double bomb from Zillion is possible, but that's pretty much it. Top lane, I mean, it's hard to engage onto a Jinx or a Jace. Uh, and maybe the poke's good enough, but I don't think it's very possible to kill an Ornn. So, all in all, I think that this early game should be pretty quiet for at least until like level 6s come through in the solo lanes.
Yeah, and speaking of Darkwind, I'm trying to find that there, but yeah, I do agree with mostly what you have to say, but the one point I have to throw out is I mean, honestly, casting because casting these games so far this split is that there have been some pretty wild moments and unexpected ones, and lost rotation trying to find a trade onto Grong here, taking quite a bit of damage in return though. So feeling quite good on the Cillian is Grong in these early levels.
Yeah, you're quite right to point out that the unexpected seems to be happening with relative frequency in these first few games in this series. You never know exactly what to expect, and that's why we play out the games. You're always looking for those things not quite expected, but so far looking pretty similar to how we would expect it to go. Maybe an early Drake.
And yeah, here comes Flying Squirtle. I look at the gank. It's incredible. You got it. Got the
So much
gank up.
gank setup. So
Yeah,
much.
wow. Incredible. Actually, speaking of gank setup, loss and rotation is going to get slowed as Pickaxe wanders into this mid lane. Going to tag wrong, but not once again, as you were saying, not a lot of gank setup there.
Yeah, at least
Yeah.
looking for something is nice to see. But with the Drake coming up here in 20 seconds, that's the first thing that I would expect anyone to at least consider walking towards, trying to set up some vision around. Maybe that's where the first fight will happen. But these teams haven't heavily prioritized Drake throughout this series, so we'll see if that changes here in this game.
Because I know game one definitely that you could say is that about the like remember, I'm pretty sure we got some really fairly early Drakes in the last 2 games, but I could also just be misremembering. And also in the first 2 games, we had a lot more volatile lanes, so definitely one that these 2 teams would be more likely to consider than what we have now, especially with very safe lanes like the Braum Ezreal, or even their counterpart of Seraphine Tristana not exactly being the most threatening duo in the world. So, probably going to have to wait a while for really anything of major note to happen.
Yeah, Pickaxe may be looking for a lane gank in the top lane, but Panzora wasn't even there, so not anything to be seen. Now Panzora's there, though.
Yeah, he's here now. Awfully patient. Will find the knockup, but perhaps a slight miscommunication from Cardinal and Pickaxe. Waits quite a while, but there it is, flashed away. Panzora going to knock right now that Summoner Stone. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it's going to be, not sure how this happened, but the bot lane of Return to the Middle Sticks getting a really nice trade onto their opposing bot laners.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of Tristana. We talked about how the rune choice was to press the attack. Looks like Yabinda flashed in order to set that up, almost getting the kill. But in the end of the day, not even getting any summoner spells other than the exhaust from Islamic Samurai. So the summoner spell exchange is favorable.
Hold on, Yabinda jumping in. Okay, I like it. I like it. Won't get the kill, but I respect it.
Yeah, good attempt, but this is why you pick the
Lost in
Ezra.
rotation, trying to find trade onto to Vrong, and probably just going to want to keep him on low health as that chrono break is available. Now available level 6.
Yeah, a good idea to hold on to it there, not anything going to set up a kill just yet.
And speaking of setting up a kill, flash away from Lost in rotation, so without even having to use any abilities, Flying Squirtle getting off a relatively good gank, especially considering that we're sitting at a 0-0 scoreline early on here in Game 4.
Yeah, and now Islamic
Before the
Samurai.
rocket jump in, flash away from Islamic Samurai. So flash is all around the map here being used, but still no blood just yet as Vrong getting low. One more rocket might be enough as he's really holding on. Chrono Break will be used just barely in time, but that is a really long cooldown, having been used for really nothing in return early on here in Game 4.
Yeah, got his health bar back, which is
Feel good.
helpful. Doesn't have teleport, so wanting to stay around to pick up the wave makes sense. But with that exhaust picked up by Vrang, I'm not sure if that's going to help out in the team fights more than having a teleport would help you pick up side waves. So an interesting choice of summoner spell there. Maybe just trying to survive out the lane, get into a situation where you can start to use those chrono shifts successfully to save your teammates and get into those team fights where you can really shine with the exhaust, able to stop anyone from killing you off before your ult goes off.
Yeah, and hold on. That is the tag from Islamic Samurai Yabi, and going to go down to just under half health here, and that should win priority in this bot lane for the not Rift, for the first Drake to be taken.
Yeah, and also getting that plate's going to feel nice. Very even early game here, not any kills coming through at all, and just one plate in bot plus the Drake is the summary so far in the game. I mean, a decent farm lead for Panzora. A lot of summoner spells being burnt, but no one dying for it means that the summoner spells weren't punished on their cooldown. So uh, both sides going to be feeling probably pretty okay throughout here. And Lost in rotation probably strongest on the map for the moment. But we'll see if anyone can start to actually get some kills on the board here coming up pretty soon. We got the level 6s. I mean, the paranoia should be up for Pickaxe. So that's what I'm expecting will be involved in the first blood.
Yeah, going to be able to hop around from pretty much wherever he pleases. Not quite Dr. Mundo levels of going where he pleases, but either way, still going to be jumping away from multiple screens. I don't want to say away so many times, but here, speaking of right now, could potentially look for a gank in the spot lane, kind of just holding it through. Perhaps maybe waiting for an unbreakable to be used or a few major cooldowns, but Now channeling his recall once more. Will just walk away from that one. Won't go in.
Yeah, it's so hard to gank against an Ezreal Braum combo, and Archer and Islamic Samurai playing it out well. Going to be making it difficult to find any kills in the bot lane. We'll see if anyone else is going to set up a gank. Could be Paranoia towards the top side instead.
Yeah, and there's the Rift. Oh wait, Rift Tower was taken. That was pretty went under the radar. But speaking of Paranoia towards the top side, right on cue, first blood pickaxe. As you're saying, hold on, Braum gone low. Will use the Chrono Shift there, and he won't get any sort of value out of it. And now he's on low health. Flying Squirtle here, but I'm not sure how much Braum can really help. Trying to take as much damage down as he can. Braum going low. Lost in rotation, now taken down by Flying Squirtle. So good gank from the jungler of VBU Monster Mash, being able to answer that kill in the top lane very nicely.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 across the map. Both junglers picking up kills. That's gonna feel good for each of them. A couple plates going down in the top and in the mid lane. So that's definitely...
Whoa, hold on. They have stayed here a little bit too long. Pickaxe now trying to find his way onto Flying Turtle. Heartbreaker used. Pickaxe going low. Bond on him. Does he have the spell shield available? No, he does not. As Wrong will get that kill onto Pickaxe. Very well played from the mid-jungle duo of VBU Monster Mash.
Tick, tick, boom, and the exhaust works out for Rang there in the mid lane. Maybe first tower on the books here in the bot lane for the side of Return of the Middle Six. But Archer's here to defend, so not going to go down just yet. 4 plates going over is going to feel good for Yabby, and got some decent CS advantage here in the bot lane. But right now, pretty even on the gold. 1,000 gold lead overall, actually, in favor of Return of the Middle Six. They've just accumulated that through CSing and getting some plates. But very
That's a
even
lot
match.
of damage coming out. Lost in rotation, trying to find the solo kill onto Wrong, but here comes Panzora trying to find the return kill, flashing for that one, picking it up in the 1-for-1 in the 2v1.
Yeah, and a good response there from Panzora, but it looked like Rang was just trying to set up that pincer and ended up getting blown up before it could become a 2v1. So that's pretty decently played by Lost in Rotation. Still going to feel nice.
Islamic Samurai hopping forward, will slam the pass onto Yabienda. There's a stun. Rocket jumps away, and ooh, a bit late on the Glacial Fissure from Braum. Not going to find any CC onto the enemy AD carry, and all while in this top lane, we've got Cardinals with very interactive game. They picked up more plates for himself, and honestly, considering the Orange Jays matchup, he's probably feeling quite alright at this point.
Yeah, it was a well-buffered rocket jump from Yabienda. We'll see if there's another one in store, because Panzora is here looking for a kill potentially in the bot lane.
Flying Squirtle, we've got pretty slight numbers advantage. There goes Panzora, tries to find the kill onto Yabienda, gone low, but it's not enough, and on the back end of this fight, there's the Braum going low. Pickaxe, though, not going to find it as he goes down. First kill going over to the side of VBU Monster Mash in this bot lane fight. However, package used by Lost in Rotation, now called forward. God going to try to knock him up. Chrono Shift used. When he keeps himself alive for a bit longer, and with his team close behind, will probably stave off any sort of further fight. And actually, Cardinal now going to try to get away as much as he can. They might have overstayed their visit, as there it is. Flying Squirtle getting that first kill now in Lost in Rotation. Yeah, I mean, he's on the wrong side of the map. That being said, Flying Squirtle is low. Will be able to return that down. Getting the shutdown is, in fact, Lost in Rotation, but overall, still really well played by VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, Rang Zillion coming up clutch once again, getting the revive in time to leave the teammates a chance to show up, turn it into a 3v2, a 4v2. Panzora maybe going to look for something here.
Yeah, as the tower goes down. Yabienda actually going to decide to rock jump forward onto that. Might even get the kill here. Flash forward. I'm the banana getting the slow, and as that kill to Yabienda as the right as the break spot.
Yeah, so that's gonna help.
Well, Yabienda jumping forward onto Wrong. Knows he doesn't have the Chrono Shield. That being said, he's in a bit of a strange spot here. Flying Squirtle going to get that first kill. Glacial Fissure popped, and that's going to be quite a big slope coming out in the middle of that. Rocket jump from Flying Squirtle using to get into the pit, and there it is! Smite Fight won by the Nocturne. I'm Banana, however, going low. Flying Squirtle will pick up that kill now on the Seraphine, but then Diego going to try to find Pickaxe now. Won't quite land the stun. However, Essence Flux used, and hold on, fancy feat from Pickaxe. Is it enough? No, it's not. That being said, dodging every last ability made that one as difficult as possible for VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, they're able to pick up some more kills. The Drake going over is a little unfortunate, but I think that Return of the Middle Sticks picking that up isn't going to reverse the fact that they're behind in gold now. And this has been the most back and forth of all the games so
Oh
far.
yeah. Oh yeah.
We're within 1,000 gold now. Both teams won Drake. Both teams in a situation where they're going towards the mid game and they've got their most powerful members online, but they've got the scaling in behind it. So still grappling to try to get the early advantage in this game. And first tower going down in the bot lane, I believe, means that we've got some of the most power in the map is in favor of Yab Yinda at the moment. But some strength as well in Flying Squirtle, 5-1 and 3 on the Viego.
Yeah, and Panzor has also been quietly farming very, very healthily. And meanwhile, Flying Squirrels, you're saying, trying to find potentially even the solo kill on the Cardinal, as Panzor is a bit far away. Looking really low, but with the help of the
Blue
tower.
team's turret has been destroyed.
Actually, speaking of towers going down straight over to the mid lane, there's Yabienda picking up.
Yeah, Yabienda just collecting gold all over the map and now maybe going to collapse on the top lane.
Yeah, and moving up is Yabienda, perhaps a little bit too early. There it is, all the ultimates used, knockup coming through. Yabienda getting that kill on the Banana, perhaps a bit too late on the Encore, not really going to land anything there. So if there's any consolation, that's one relatively big cooldown used for really nothing. But at the end of the day, a very good pick from the side of BB on Smash.
Yeah, we talked about in draft about how Braum is effective at countering some of this engage. But that's only when Braum is there. Islamic Samurai was very late showing up to that fight. And it hasn't gotten to the point in the game yet where you would expect to be in a lot of 5v5, so understandable. But without that Braum there, the Call of the Forge God Encore combo is looking pretty strong.
A lot of poke from Lost in Rotation. That being said, the extra speed from Zhong is enough to land the double bond. Flash away from Lost in Rotation, going low, going down. Flying Squirtle being able to pick that one up. Perhaps a bit of I don't want to say disrespect, but maybe a lapse of concentration from Lost in Rotation.
Yeah, whatever the case, on the cross map play, we're seeing some towers being taken by Yabienda. I mean, what are you expecting? It's Tristana. Taking towers is kind of the specialty there. Able to take down those objectives quite quickly, and taking another tower means that the gold has returned to the favor of Return of the Middle Stick by just about 1,000. And it's still more and more scaling going through for Yabienda.
Yeah, Yabienda is definitely going to be feeling really good for himself right about now as he finishes that recall. We do see that he's going to be picking up the Phantom Dancer, so getting that little bit extra move speed, I believe, on auto attacks. It's been a hot minute since I've actually read that, because I'm still so used to the old Lifeline passive on it that sometimes I forget that it's not there anymore, even though it's been over a year now. But
Yeah, but the Phantom Dancer is still a strong item to pick up on the Tristana. So we'll see if having those 2-item power spikes, both on Yabienda and Lost in Rotation, is going to help with the next fight. We got a Drake spawn in here in 40 seconds. We'll see if the teams want to fight over that. I would guess that there's got to be at least a little bit of priority towards the Drakes this game. I mean, we're 20 minutes in and each side only has one. So it's not like we're getting a quick dragon stack, but at the same time...
Speaking of quick dragon stacks, Cardinal's going to be tanky enough to not be stunned up there or really take that much damage. However, as the Ocean Drake comes up in about under 10 seconds here. So right about now, there it is, flying into the pit. We just might see a fight coming through. So concealed in this foot are the VBU monster match. Kind of just poke it out a bit. Having that extra bit of range will help them in this sort of situation if there isn't a decisive opening to the fight. However, Flying Squirrel just might try to find it himself. There's the paranoia, though, trying to find the backline. All these cooldowns being used, and the chrono shift will keep his ally alive, and it is enough for the shutdown. First go down, get by Yabienda, and all the while, that's going to be more than likely Dre.
Yeah, there's no smite.
Ooh, that was actually really close from the shock blast, but yeah, not quite enough. And actually, look at the mid lane. This just might be an inhibitor going down, as there's so many minions pushing in on that tower.
Yeah, the resets are coming through. They may be in time here for VBU Monster Mash, but they're a little bit behind on the pace here. Not able to come away with a win in that fight. Well played by Return of the Middle Sticks to keep the Drake stacking, get the win in the team fight, and pick up the Drake on the back end of it. But I think that we're in a spot where I didn't see the effect coming through of the Braum in that fight. I didn't see where the Unbreakable was used. And I also thought that the Chrono Shift coming down to try to save Islamic Samurai is on the wrong target. So not a great played team fight by VBU Monster Mash, but exactly right way to play it out for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. They're able to come up with the team fight win, and we'll see if they can continue their advantages.
I think the Unbreakable was used at the very start of the fight too, on the Encore early on, because the Encore was being layered with the Paranoia. So that was, if I saw it correctly, I believe that's what happened. But then that did open up space for the Call of the Forge Gods to then be used as a result. So you know, you were saying in Champion Select that you didn't really mind the Ornn pick here because of the two major CC lines that are on the side of or Return of the Middle Sticks. And well, yeah, you were at least in that last fight right about that.
Yeah, so we'll see if that ends up continuing to be the case as we go later on into the game. 23 minutes in, we can start to see the setup around Baron choking out more and more vision. It looks like Return of the Middle Sticks, Darkwind are in a strong position in this game. They've got 1.5k gold lead. It's not a massive gold lead, but a lot of the gold lead is on Yabienda's Tristana, so that's definitely helpful. And they're able to continue to take a lot of towers because of it.
Yeah, and hold on, Braum going very low at the start of this fight without much return damage. I'm the Banana also going to be able to do a lot of healing with the Moonstone being the selection this time around of Mythic. Just, yep, awesome rotations, Tim, very well hidden. Actually, he's going to try to go in now. Jumps forward on the Valkyrie. Now, actually, hold on. Yabienda gets a massive amount of burst. Now, Valkyrie jumping over, not quite finding the kill onto the Braum, but I'm not sure how much it'll matter as he gets the double kill now. Forward is lost in rotation, gets the third kill onto the Braum. Braum now looking very low, and he's going to flash away, but you have the explosive charge on your head there, mister. There's not much you can really do to dodge that one, as yet another kill goes over to the side of Return to the Middle Six Darkwind.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up a couple inhibs here. They won't have the wave in mid, but they do have a top wave that they could go with. Still, the respawn time is a little bit too short to go for end just yet, but it looks like they could be going back towards Baron.
Yeah, that and the health bars were looking a bit low, so really pushing out that one would be it would be pushing their luck. I wouldn't say it's impossible, and definitely if they manage to close it out in under 25 minutes would be very impressive. And actually, it's one thing that I've just noticed is that with the unsealed spellbook is just completely out there. But the unsealed spellbook on Cardinal is that when every single time he changes to and from teleport, because we have the unleashed teleports now, the name of it in the chat hasn't even updated. It's literally called spell_S12_summoner teleport complete _ name, which I think is a little bit hilarious. But that's just a minor detail.
Yeah. But we got a Drake coming up here in 40 seconds, so we'll see if that's a more major detail
As he did switch right actually, and hold on, Yabienda just deciding to hop forward, and as the Paranor is through, flashed away by flying Squirtle right before this Ocean Drake. And with that, not necessarily going to send us to Soul Point, but it is a potential Soul Point. Should return to the middle sticks, actually end up claiming.
Yeah, so they're pushing towards the bot side. The last inhib standing for VBU Monster Mash is in this lane. We'll see if they can defend the towers. It looks like they're able to clear the way for now, but they got to deal with Lost in Rotation having package.
He does, but still holding on to that, not quite trying to find anything just yet. Tower not going down. Well, of course, as I say that, it does go down naturally. But yeah, with the amount of just ability to force fights, there's a lot of respect getting shown by VBU Monster Mash. And actually, that's actually a decent amount of poke from either Panzora, but still at the end of the day, not quite enough. And as these heals, I imagine, are going to start coming through, that they will just go right back up. So probably not too much of a concern. Double arm going to land, however, Wrong going low, and there's the package used. Archer going to get knocked up, and Wrong, I'm not sure, didn't quite have the ultimate, maybe. And there it is. Big Axe trying to find the stun there, but all the while, that's going to be Yab ends up picking up yet another kill, taking a few tower shots, perhaps trying to find just one more onto Archer. Walking away now, and there's only 2 members still alive. This just might be game 5 that we're going to see. And yeah, they're just being held in the base. It's going to be very difficult unless all these skill shots land. As the Nexus is now open, I don't know if there's really anything Panzor and Archer can do. They try their best, but without any sort of extra damage or CC, that's going to be Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind coming back for a win in Game 4, and I did not see this on the cards after Game 2, but we are going to a decisive Game 5 here in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Return of the Middle Sticks coming all the way back, pushing us to Game 5. That last game was the closest game so far of the series, but I think still a strong finish there, playing it out. Got to that late game state where you got Yabienda, Lost in Rotation, and Cardinals all in position to do their damage, do their CC, do all of the work, and finish off the game. And clean victory there after finally winning one team fight in a major way. And Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind starting to look like they came in advertised as this team that had all the momentum. They've finally got the momentum back on their side for this series.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it was kind of a result. It starting to turn around when the jungle change went in. Flying Squirtle, being the more regular jungler, finally showing up and or at least arriving in Game 3, getting subbed in. But since then, VBU Monster Mash just quite haven't looked the same. And maybe if it is a possibility and not a scheduling issue, maybe we see a return of shoot, who's in jungle name wise? I already forgot. It's only been 2 games. How have I?
Something Gecko.
Oh yeah, shoot.
Shady Gecko.
Shady Gecko. Shady Gecko. There we go.
That.
Yeah.
Sorry for forgetting your name, Shady Gecko.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I had my note. I have my notes, and I really only go off what the rosters say. And it had Flying Squirtle as the starter, so I have it written down. But that's neither here nor there. Either way, perhaps a few things to look out for. But until then, we're going to send it to Silver Scrapes, and when we come back, we'll have the draft for Game 5. Don't go anywhere. And we have returned for the final draft of the night in Game 5 in this quarterfinal between VBU Monster Mash and Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. We were looking around the edge of a reverse sweep from Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind. Tiger?
Yeah, I think that Return of the Middle Sticks has a lot of momentum coming into this last game. But it felt like that going into Game 3 for VBU Monster Mash, so you never know. There's a reason why they play the games, and I think that this draft is definitely going to be vital to seeing what kind of things we can expect from game number 5.
We've only had one mention of ready up from the side of VBU Monster Mash, and now we've got a confirmation of both being ready. But before we really get the draft started, I do have a confirmation on the math sheet that the Team Shadow Specters and Return to the Middle Six Crowstorm was brought back level at 2-2. So we might have two Return to the Middle Sticks reverse sweeps tonight, Tiger. That would almost be poetic, actually.
Reverse sweep of the Middle Sticks, but we'll see if that comes to pass. They've still both got one more game to fight it out. So we've got VBU gonna have to fight it back here. TSS in the other match going to be working. We saw some updates in the chat as well that TSS was leading in gold, but Return of the Middle Sticks was going for soul. So kind of got some win conditions for both sides. And that's what you love to see in a game. Maybe we'll get something similar here. The draft, pretty similar looking to game number 3.
Yeah, pretty similar looking to games 1 to 4, actually, at least if you're talking about VBU Monster Mash, as I believe those have been the same 3 bans every single game from VBU.
Yeah, they have been looking at making sure that the champion pool is limited for lost in rotation. That's been a big priority. But we're getting the Trundle and Ash coming out as the response to the Volibear.
Volibear gap?
Volibear gap. The first time we saw the Volibear banned was game number 4, and before that, the Volibear was first picked in almost every instance, heavily prioritized throughout this series. But the Ash worked out well.
All of a sudden.
The Ash worked out well before for VBU Monster Mash, so we'll see if they're going to be able to come up once again with Archer playing the Frost Archer and trying to win here in game number 5.
Yeah, a bit of a return to comfort from VBU Monster Mash. Trundle also being fairly liked by Flying Squirtle, so we really get in. They're probably thinking game 5, just do something that we're all familiar with and get that out of the way. You'd have to worry less about nerves. That being said, Ash into 2 champions like Volibear and Orin, maybe not exactly the best situation that we're in, is Tryndamere will be the lock-in for VBU Monster Mash.
What? Did I miss out on something? Is this event being played Freljord only or something?
I mean, yeah, Tristana's my favorite Freljordian champion, but
she's a Yordle. Yordles pop up
anywhere. That's a valid point. You know what? True. You know, I won't deny that. But all the while, also speaking of the champions in particular, I mean, talk about relations to each other lore-wise. Just completely on the way. But either way, we see a continuing of the focus on the mid lane from VBU, and so still showing all that respect to Lost in Rotation that they have shown throughout this series. And I'm not going to say understandably so necessarily, because we haven't really seen Lost in Rotation really be able to get to play what he wanted outside of that game 1 where he played Diana, so still probably well worthwhile, but we'll have to wait and see as we continue on through these picks and bans.
Yeah, so this time it's the victor that's being left open, and I'm having a feeling that VBU Monster Mash may be looking that direction. But support's not picked yet either, so maybe you feel more comfortable blinding a support here. Whatever the case, I think that with all of the Freljord champions coming in, I should mention that Tryndamere, one of the stronger split push champions in the game, so maybe VBU looking to go back towards that split push style. And Tryndamere, definitely a matchup nightmare for especially a champion like Ornn, where you're just trying to survive long enough that the rest of the team can come to damage. But when the rest of the team comes and does damage, but it's not enough to kill off the Tryndamere who's auto-attacking you over and over and over again, you will eventually die. So I think that this is a good counter pick coming through from VBU Monster Mash.
That being said, Lulu is going to be the choice of champion for I'm the banana. So into that Tryndamere just might be enough DC, and if Oriana's locked in here, we just might be looking for another very strong 5v5 from Return of the Middle Sticks. Wait on that. There's only a few seconds left though, so not a lot of time to change if they don't change. And there it is, Oriana going to round out the competition for Middle Sticks.
Yeah, and I think that the Oriana pick with the Ornn with the Volibear, they've kind of got a good balance between early game, mid game, and late game. So I really like Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind draft without even looking at the enemy team composition. However, I think that VBU Monster Mash's draft creates a situation where there could be some issues. I like the Anivia as just a wave clear option. Helps set up the split push. If you can get a situation where you're just clearing waves with Anivia, with Seraphine just dropping some beats as well, and you let Tryndamere do the thing, then Tryndamere can do the thing. And definitely throughout this series, Panzora has been the top carry for the side of VBU Monster Mash, so they're trying to get Panzora every chance to carry this series that they can, and making sure that there's even more Freljord champs in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I was kind of thinking Lissandra at first. In my head, I was like, lock in Lissandra, but then Nivea works too. That being said, if you want to talk about that, technically, it probably would have been more aptly put on Return of the Middle Sticks, but that's, like I said, neither here nor there. This was more of a flavor sort of detail. Either way, refocusing on it, yeah, I have to say that a lot of this is going to revolve around Panzor and whether or not he, on his most played Tryndamere, the most played champion throughout the split, and once again, English is a hard language. Definitely has that comfort. Definitely has that split pushing potential. And I mean, really, who can answer this Tryndamere in a side lane if he does start to get the train moving?
Yeah, but I think that going back to Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, we've come to a situation where once again it's going to be a lot of power in the hands of Yabyinda and Pickaxe on the Tristana and the Volibear respectively. I think Yabyinda is having a great series, especially on the Tristana, was looking very nice in the last game. That pick in itself is able to create a pressure on the map where if you leave it alone, Tristana is going to take towers. So Yabyinda going to be piloting the Tristana here. A little bit more resistance in lane, so we'll see if Archer on the Ashe is going to be able to shut down Yabyinda throughout the early game. I'd like to see some ganks coming through from Flying Squirrel. A little bit different of a pick in Trundle than what we've seen in the Viego, and the Olaf definitely has more early power and ganking potential. But the question is where you're going to gank, because maybe you want to try to get Panzora ahead, but I think that trying to shut down Yabyinda is an equally valid option.
Yeah, and I think with Trundle, going and ganking onto Ornn with the pillar, maybe not the smartest decision ever. Just might be not locking yourself into a 2-man knockup, and unless if you know exactly where the Volbear's running around on the map, Pickaxe might be able to turn that around fairly easily. But a bit of a where do you gank sort of thing. Actually, maybe mid lane might not exactly be the worst in the world, considering Oyana not having the most mobility options in the world. But Anivia gank setup, it's a bit of a troubling situation, at least looking at it from an outside view.
I do think that it's worth noting that both of these teams have played very passively throughout early games in this entire match. And I think that if we get into late game situations, it should slightly favor Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. I think that the team fight is just impeccable with the Orianna Volibear combo, has the ball delivery service. Tristana does a ton of damage if you give her time to fire away those beads. Ornn able to set up, and Lulu just there for buffing the Tristana. So I think that that's a very powerful front to back team fight comp. You can get some value on the other side for VBU Monster Mash in the team fight from Anivia, Seraphine. Ashe not a bad team fighter. Trundle not a bad team fighter. Tryndamere even is not like a bad team fighter, but it's like they're up against all fantastic team fighters. So it's going to be difficult for them to win if they go even into the late game. So I'm hoping that we'll see VBU Monster Mash pushing to get an early lead.
Yeah, and we were talking about Tryndamere in what might evolve into a team fighting situation. Is that Lulu just, polymorph, wild growth, more shields. I know you can become unkillable as Tryndamere, but you can't do any damage during that period of time while you stay on no health. Not sure how much that will exactly matter in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, we will have to wait and see. And speaking of having to wait and see, we have now reached a spectator delay, and I do believe we're going to go into a break. But when we come back, we will have the final match of tonight between VBU Monster Mash and Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. And actually, we do have an update before we do send it. Return of the Middlesticks Crowstorm did manage to complete the reverse sweep against Team Shadow Specters, confirming their advancement to the semifinal up against OMT Kronos. And we just might have 2 Return of the Middlesticks reverse sweeps tonight, but we'll have to wait and see if that's the case. And we'll see you on the other side when we load onto the Rift. for the final time tonight, we have loaded onto the Rift for the
30 seconds
quarterfinals
until
and
minions spawn.
potential reverse sweep coming out from Return of the Middle Sticks, Darkwind in this case, and their sister team in Crowstorm. If you are just tuning in, as we got an update just before the spectator delay, did complete their reverse sweep against Team Shadow Specters. um, uh, and so we just might figure out that
Minions
instead
have
of return, the
spawned.
R in ROTM actually stands for reverse of the middle sticks, maybe.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can get it done. I think that Return of the Middle Sticks have all the momentum coming into this game, and they've got a team comp that synergizes well with having all the momentum because all they've got to do is play out a basic win condition to win this game. Just getting to the team fight stage of the game, they're able to come up with a team fight at 25 minutes where they get 3 kills or something, take Baron, just push towards the mid lane. They take towers really fast. They do well in team fighting. They they are hard to engage onto as well. So easy to see how Return of the Middle Sticks want to go about this game.
Hold
But
on, Drong will land the stun though. Lost in rotation, going to have to flash away. Going to stay alive as a result, getting very low, but really early on, level 1 going in favor of Drong.
yeah, the Nivea pick was a pretty spicy one at the end of the draft. Just trying to counter pick the Oriana, make sure that you get opportunities to win in lane. And we'll see if that's going to be a help, as well as Panzora on this Tryndamere looking to do some damage. Cardinals actually getting a pretty decent trade-off, but I think that looking towards some jungle priority, looks like the first gank might come towards mid from Pickaxe.
Maybe. I would be surprised considering the location of that wave. Most likely just trying to take the fastest route over to the bottom half of the map. Not really concerned too much about danger. However, speaking of all in Yabienda, really going for this one. However, Flying Squirtle is here, and First Blood will be picked up by Archer after going very low. Very, very daring from Yabienda, trying to find that 2v2 kill, but a bit unaware of where the enemy jungler was will cost him in that fight.
Yeah, I think that Yabienda could maybe get that to work out, if not for Flying Squirtle being there, able to flash in and get a chomp. Heal wasn't even used by Yabienda, so apparently the damage calculation was there enough so that the heal was going to come after or something like that, but never was there a chance to heal because the burst came in fast enough. Flying Squirtle, right place, right time, and Archer able to get that first blood.
Yeah, and just on the return of these champions, Archer walking back with 2 long swords and the dagger going to be feeling very strong in this lane, considering that Tristana's only got some boots.
Yeah, I think that
Flying Squirtle with the double barriers are going to force lost rotation towards Pickaxe now. Might getting used by Flying Squirtle. I'm a bit curious as to why, but both these seem to just walk away each other in the end.
Yeah. An attempt on the mid lane. I like to see the roam from I'm to Banana. I would have liked to see that more with the Leona and Nautilus from earlier in the series, but never too late to go for a roam. I think that Lulu can get some stuff done with the Polymorph. Now we're gonna fight.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, Bienda going to rocket jump forward, trying to find the kill onto the enemy support, but now as he has heal this time, will use it, but not able to find the kill onto either Islamic Samurai or Archer, though it took them both very low, so there does have at least that going for them. Will be able to get the reset as a result. I'm not completely sure just how worth that was, but still.
Not so much in the way of kills early on in this game, but there has been a whole lot of fighting. So this has been a more hotly contested early game We'll see if the jungler is going to get involved to more. First Drake of the game's up. It's a Cloud Drake. That's always a good sign for what types of soul might come up. Getting that Cloud Drake out of the way. I think that Cloud Soul is not terrible, but I think that all the other souls provide a lot more. With the Mountain Soul being the other one that might be considered sometimes to be the odd man out. But I think that since the Cloud Drake is already up, that's a Drake that you want to go for. If you can get to it, at least you don't want to be overextending and dying for it. But I would like to see a little bit more Drake priority from some of these teams.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that I actually think Cloud Soul, but like just going on a tangent here, I think Cloud Soul's a bit underrated, especially I think it's situational sort of deal. Like if your ultimate gives you a situation where move speed feels really good, like say Tryndamere or Volibear. I mean, I think it can actually be situationally one of the strongest souls, but only situationally. But that won't really matter in this game, as even I did mention it is only first break coming up, but we just might have a fight coming in this bottom lane. Flying Squirtle being a bit hesitant, kind of suspecting the potential taking pick at the equally both. There goes Yabienda though, already jumping forward, gets the explosive charge onto his Onyx Samurai, doing a lot of damage. Flying Squirtle now goes low. I'm Banana picking up that first kill, and with these health bars getting fairly low, Archer trying to get the final auto attack onto Yabienda, but won't quite be enough. Jump forward from Yabienda, very dangerous. Very daring, but here comes Pick-Ass Flax Sean to Archer. There it is. I'm the Banana picking up the second kill as well onto the enemy ADC. And so with that and Drake coming up, that will be 2 kills and a Drake going over to return to the middle sticks.
Middle sticks coming up pretty clutch here in the early game, able to get that. That's such a fantastic time, and unfortunate that the kills went on to I'm the Banana.
Oh, hold on. Shockwave going to be used onto Vrong. Lost in rotation, getting a decent amount of damage down. May be able to pop that passive. Egnivia getting used up, so won't have that for the next. I actually don't know how long that could be, honestly.
I think it's 4 minutes, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Whatever the case, going to be able to take away the revive, but Vreng is going to be able to push the wave off of this. Lost in rotation did go pretty low trying to get that kill. So Vreng going to be able to have the lane.
Hold on, the wall's incredible, and we'll just get the kill there very suddenly. And man, that is a kill. Now Cardinal is actually in a very difficult situation. Panzora still has the Undying Rage available, but I don't even think he's going to need to use it. And no, he doesn't, as he makes it out alive. So across the map, that's 2 kills going over to the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, just a good macro play to know the timing with Panzora having ult, with Flying Squirtle able to go up there and deliver the chomp. But then in the mid lane, just a outplay by Vrang, able to come away with the kill. Lost in rotation, lost a little bit too far forward, and all of that damage taken trying to take the Egnivia passive away is punished as just overstaying a little bit, trying to set up a gank that wasn't ever to come.
Yeah, and with that full health bar, it was perhaps may have been a better idea just to sacrifice a few minions as a result, but obviously hindsight is 2020, so feels really good as the enchanted crystal arrow just trying to find a stun on the cardinal, but goes just right there.
Yeah, so pretty entertaining early game so far, very even. We're looking at a situation where I think that the most power right now resides in the Tryndamere of Panzora, because he's just in a strong point in the game, has the components there for the Kraken Slayer, but has those boots so he can chase people down. We talked about going fast.
Pickaxe is going to open with the Chilling Smite onto Flying Squirtle, which will be enough for him to, well, take that vision away. So vision battle won by Pickaxe. Very minorly. That being said, for a minute there, it looked like it was going to be a bit more. Lost Mutations in a bit of a strange spot. Shockwave used, but I'm not sure how much that's going to help as the slow is going to take Flying Squirtle, going to be noticed, and not much more will come of that fight for now.
Yeah, Vrang has been finding some pretty good wall angles here.
Hold on, flash forward from Lost in Rotation as the rest of his team comes up to try to help. That being said, won't find anything there. Vrang having to smite away, flash away to ensure that nothing else comes from those enemy laners coming up from the bot side, but still very, very good awareness.
Yeah, so we'll see if they're going to be able to punish those flashes in the
Oh
mid
wait,
lane.
on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. That'll be a 3-second stun. Flying Squirtle here. Ice Pillar used Lost in Rotation. I mean, wow. Archer with the snipe from all the way in the base, and that is an incredible Enchanted Crystal Arrow being able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, a nice terrain combo coming through as well with the pillar plus the wall, able to create a path of no escape. The flash immediately punished there as Lost in Rotation going to fall for a second time this game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was, I'd say it was just more of a good angle from Archer, kind of just saying, I predict you're going to be here, and well, prediction won, so they're feeling good for themselves. However, hold on, what was I thinking? Brain, hello, idea gone. Hotel Trivago, take it away.
Yeah, so we got another Drake coming up in 40 seconds here. We'll see if that gets contested. First Drake went over to return in the middle sticks. Both junglers rotating down towards this. But that does mean Rift Herald has been ignored for the first 4 minutes.
Oh, Panzora will see Cardinals here. Ghost will be used early on is wrong. Gonna try to find the stun wall used. Cardinals now going to land the knockup, but I'm not sure how much that'll be worth. Cardinals going low. Call of the Forge God has been used, but there it is. Panzora picking up that first kill at the start of the Spice, and now double kill. I don't even believe he's used his ultimate yet, so he's still, no, he did. He's used the Undying Rage, but hadn't quite gone down to a critically low health level, so maybe a little bit overkill on the using the ultimate there, but also at the same time may equally have staved off any opposition. All the while in the bottom side of this map, Drake's being taken by Flying Squirtle. Smite comes through, and the Drake count is at 1-1. Archer flashing away on the Yapienda, so at the very least, they have that to look. They got out of the fight, but overall, VBU Monster Mash really just starting to open the map up in their favor.
It's Trindamere time. 3-0-0 for Panzora means that we're going to be looking at those towers dropping very quickly.
Yeah, and all the while in this blue side red buff jungle is going to be camps taken away right under the watch. However, yeah, Yenda says there, go for it. The encore was it was hopeful. That being said, if we look at where Yabienda and I'm the Banana are, there's not really much where for them to go. Wild Growth going to be used on Yabienda to keep his comrade alive. I'm the Banana. Give him a salute, keeping his teammates in control. However, the Ice Pillar will do a bit of damage. More and more peel will come through the shockwave, but it won't be enough as the Tristana gets taken down. And as there are few members left on the map for Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, it's starting to look like this mid game's going all in favor of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, they've had a pretty decent control for the last few minutes. And I definitely am looking at that top tower as something that's not going to be on the map for a whole lot longer. But I think that it's not to the point where it's gotten too far out of hand. Return in the middle sticks definitely still having some agency here in the mid game. They need to start finding a setup where Cardinals 29 can get the engage with the Call of the Forge God, set everything else up. I think that if they can start a fight with everyone there, they still should be favored. But there's been a lot of good picks coming out from VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, really. You were talking about that mid-game power, especially from Panzora on this Tryndamere, and he has really delivered on that pick. Definitely the comfort of that champion is going to be in his hands, and he can fix this up. Even though the team fighting prowess of the composition of Darkwind definitely feels nice, this Tryndamere just might be too much of a thorn in the side lanes to be really all that effect, all words. However, speaking of this Tryndamere in the side lane, goes back off the map.
Yeah, so just playing out what we have set up before and just trying to push these lanes, get some towers set up potentially, and get the farm. You can check in on the itemization. We got first items coming through from the top side of the map for VBU Monster Mash. Then we got the Gale Force and almost half of the second item coming through already for Panzora as well. And we got.
Oh wait, hold on! Enchanted Crystal Arrow will land. That being said, followed up by the Shockwave and the ultimate away from Pickaxe will be the line for now, and he gets the flash and way. Yinda though coming through will dodge that encore, so not getting CC'd there. Still has the ability to potentially follow up the rest of this fight. Will use the Buster Shot to knock Flying Squirtle away for now. Archer here is now here, though, landing a few of those slows onto Yabyinda. I mean, he is hardly even moving. The burn from the Leandries picks up that kill. And so once more, it is VBU Monster Mash coming away with the one fight.
Yeah, and they're pushing top lane as well. Tower taken without even help from the Rift Herald. Now Panzora looking for Cardinals.
Yeah, he's going to. Well, Cardinals is looking a bit healthy right now. He's looking tanky. That being said, if he can't really do much damage in return, Panzor doesn't really care about what Cardinals is doing, as he's just hitting this tower without a care in the world, picking up that second break. However, here comes the rest of the team. Gale Force away won't quite get Panzor away from that knockup. However, Ghost Pop is also popping over that wall. Not quite done yet. Does have the Undying Rage, so he's just going to spend a lot of time trying to just drag the attention away from VBU Monster Mash. Panzora now stunned from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, and finally the kill comes through. Pickaxe getting the shutdown there.
Yeah, nice polymorph coming through from I'm the Banana. And it looks like the Drake may be started up here by VBU Monster Mash. Getting that shutdown onto Panzora is going to be pretty big, but giving up the second Drake is going to be costly.
Yeah, very well might be, as Yabyinda goes down immediately. Shockwave comes through, doing a decent bit of damage. Picking up the kill there, or the drag there, is the VBU Monster Mash. However, they have more numbers on the side of the map as well as full health bars. That being said, with no damage, they can't find a kill. Flying Squirtle flashing over the wall there. Encore won't quite be able to find anybody. That being said, Ice Pillar will force I'm the Banana into a really difficult situation, as it's one more kill coming out from VBU Monster Mash, and they are really... the gate, not only has it been blown open, the rest of the wall that supported it has come down too.
Yeah, now with the 5,500 gold lead, it's going to be VBU Monster Mash pushing towards the tier 2 mid. I have an easy time.
Arrow tries to find Yabyinda from Archer, though just going wide there, won't find the engage as a result. But I like the opportunistic look from Archer. And actually, hold on, I would imagine that was probably a teleport from Cardinal, as he's trying to find the teleport flank. Islamic Samurai definitely going to be killed here. Yabyinda picking up that first kill, all the while Pickaxe trying to find Spams Brong, who does have the passive available of the Egganivia, but considering that they're on their back foot, I'm not quite sure that if it does get popped, how much it'll do. Stun lands onto Flying Squirtle, and as there it is, Flying Squirtle going down, Yabyinda picking up another kill, not quite getting the Egganivia out just yet. So currently still alive are Vrong and Archer, but with all these kills coming through, it's a very good response from...
Look who's sitting in wait.
It is Panzora, but he is spotted out on a ward. They know he's here. Yabyinda taking a decent bit of damage. Wild Growth will keep his health bar feeling very nice. I'm not sure Panzora really knew that they knew. Still alive, and the auto attack is enough. Just got into range in time as Yabyinda picked up yet another kill. So all of a sudden, it's still a very large gold lead in the hands of VBU Monster Mash, but Return of the Middle Sticks from what was a completely dire situation where we just kind of expected them to. The expectations were practically none considering the goal difference, but they managed to find themselves an incredible fight.
Yeah, always got that X factor, and yeah, Bienda's Tristana looking pretty good so far this game. Got a decent gold lead. I mean, if we check the individual gold here, we see.
And yeah, Bienda's recall will be canceled. Losing Roger jump to get over, but that is a decent chunk of damage coming out on him. The crystal arrow kind of flying through. But yeah, Bienda won't get hit by it, and instead I'm the banana. Going to get stunned for 3 seconds in his own base. You know, game at GG go next now. He can't move out of his. He can't move for 3 seconds in his own base with no enemies around. It's not near. However, Pickaxe might be one who's in a bit of a difficult situation himself. Will have to hop away using that ultimate before a fight is even coming down. So no Stormbringer coming up these next few minutes as we get some posturing around the Baron is even being started by Flying Turtle. Hold on, there we go. All the cooldowns now. Massive Shockwave will pick up 2 from Lost in Rotation, and it's an absolutely incredible fight being won by Return to the Middle Six Darkwind as they take 4 for nothing, and even though Panzora's in that side lane, actually only 3 for nothing. I tell a lie. Inferno Samurai did manage to make it out, but it's just an absolutely massive fight from Return of the Middle Six Darkwind.
I would have liked to see Panzora keep going towards that inhib tower. I thought that that would be at least something to hang your hat on that you have gotten back. I mean, it is 6 towers to 0 right now, so getting some towers back is going to feel nice for Return of the Middle Six, but it's not going to put them in front by any means. They will be able to pick up that mid-tier 1 first. They're going to be Drake coming up in a minute, and so we're working towards the Infernal Soul. It would be Soul Point picked up if it is by the side of VBU Monster Mash, but we'll see if they're going to be able to get any pressure on the map to set themselves up for that against this Baron that's been picked up on all 5 members of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind.
Yeah, they and that gold lead is starting to feel a little bit less relevant, especially with their late game team fighting ability on their composition. So even though they are still down gold, they're still probably doing all right for themselves, especially as the few ornaments start coming through. Flash forward from Lost in Rotation with the Shockwave. Will manage to find out wrong. Perhaps a little bit too early. Flying Squirrel now going down. And now Bienda gets that first kill. Call the Forge God will knock up Archer. So 1 kill in the early portion of this fight, but still only just that 1. But it is onto their jungler. And as this Drake comes up, that's going to be a massive Summoner Stone not going to be available for the side of VBU Monster Mash.
Yeah, so it'll be the Drake picked up. Rang trying to put down some damage.
I mean, yeah, they're trying to find as much damage as they can. That being said, coming through the mid lane is Panzora trying to take that tower. He's going to force the teleport out. Wrong now will land the stun in time. So Lost in Rotation, in fact, is Lost in Rotation, like his name suggests. That's the kill getting picked up for VBU Monster Mash, as well as the inhibitor tower going down.
Yeah, and sneaky play there to pick up that mid-inhib tower. The Drake goes over and equalizes the Drake count in favor of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, but that's not going to feel quite as good as having that extra tower go down in the mid lane. And with this Baron buff, they've basically only got 1 tier 1 tower and the Drake, where they've given up a tier 2 and a tier 3. So I think that it was good for them to take that off the map, but they haven't quite utilized the buff itself to its maximum potential here, I think it's fair to say. We'll see if they can use the last few seconds of it to pick up any more.
Quite a bit of damage there from Vrong. That being said, yeah, he's a very tanky boy at this point. So let's just kind of quietly walk away. And speaking of Vrong, sitting on 8, 1, and 4, and nearly 3 items now. I mean, Anivia kind of gone a little bit under the radar throughout that mid game, but definitely not someone to write off completely. Anivia definitely capable of doing a lot again. We've got a bit of a 5-man through this jungle from the return of the middle six. However, they got that bot lane pushing, but they decide call towards God use. There it is. Knock up onto flying Squirtle. 2 kills very early on from the side of return of the middle sticks. So that'll be taken. And hold on, Braum will be knocked up with the shockwave, and now Islamic Samurai really doesn't have anywhere else to go. And there it is. Will land the snare on the pickaxe. Still alive for now. That being said, all the while in this bottom lane, Panzora has just been going away on the spot lane side, picking up this first inhibitor. That being said, it's currently just a trade of inhibitors. Still has that Undying Rage available, just going to run away now. And with the few of these low health bars, it just might be a trade of inhibitors between these two teams.
Yeah, and once again, it's a little bit of extra value now gained by returning the middle six. They were able to win that fight and pick up a couple of towers in mid, but Panzora keeps being a threat, able to pick up another.
Speaking of a threat being Panzora, he is spotted in this bush, and he's got the control word this time, knows that he's spotted, and will just decide to probably not this, right? Yeah.
Yep, so we'll see if there's going to be much fighting coming up. I would assume that we'll wait a little while. It's a minute and a half until Baron, 2 minutes until Infernal Drake. Drake isn't soul for either team, but it puts either team one away. So I think that it's a worthwhile Drake, but I don't know how much you want to invest in setting up. I certainly don't want to die trying to get vision over it or anything like that. So we'll see how the teams decide to play this one out. But we are very close, dead even, 14 kills, within 500 gold, same number of Drakes, and game number 5. I mean, this is as close a series as you could ask for.
Yeah, and well, considering the last few fights, I'd have to say Return of the Middle Sticks probably feel good, but that being said, can never completely ride out Panzora in these side lanes on the Stringamere, just really taking everything he can across the board.
Yeah, we're starting to see the Ornn items come through. Cardinals at level 15 here. Already upgraded his own as well. Yeah, Biendas.
Pickaxe looking to run straight at them, going to force a few cooldowns getting used, namely that enchanted crystal arrow, so they're going to walk away now. So good disengage from VBU Monster Mash. All the while, here's Panzora once more, kind of going to actually Gale Force forward to go towards that open mid inhibitor. And yeah, without anybody nearby, I mean, here comes the rest of Return of the Middle Sticks, but Panzora is just going to be able to take this right now, and he still has the Undying Rage. Force gun used, and with the CC coming through, Panzora will stay alive for now, trying to find the kill on the pickaxe. We'll have to use the ultimate at the end of the day. That is
the Baron
going off Tristana, but yeah, as you were saying, this Baron is starting to be taken by VBU Monster Mash, and I mean, it was a valiant effort from Lost in Rotation, but that's going to be the Baron going onto the side of VBU Monster Mash. They haven't completely finished their recall yet. I'm pretty sure Archer was very close and maybe could have finished that, but at the end of the day, they will just both back away from each other, and with the super minions coming through in the bot lane, they just might be able to take the first, Nexus Tower? No, it's alive.
Yeah, and this is going to be the Infernal Drake as well, so a good spot for VBU Monster Mash to be in there. They've got a leg up. They haven't gotten themselves in a spot where they are controlling the game entirely just yet, but now they've got advantages. They can push out their waves. They can try to take this last inhib and start getting 6 super minions instead of just 2, and we'll see if they can start to knock on the door of the Nexus Towers as well. We've got a long time before any more objectives come back up, but I think that this is an opportunity to keep farming, try to steal some enemy jungle camps as well, and I think VBU Monster Mash should be in the position where they can go after that, but it looks like they're going to mostly be trying to set up that 1-4 split push that they've been going after all game and get Panzora a chance to take this final tower.
Yeah, and Panzora, he's talking about win conditions. Here comes Pickaxe, gets stopped in his tracks by the Frozen Pillar. Good play from Flying Squirtle, making sure that they can't be engaged on there. So without much cost. A bit more pressure getting applied across the map in favor of VBU Monster Match for the full team without really any objectives on up for grabs except for that top lane tier 3 tower and inhibitor. Holding mostly fine.
Yep, another of the Ornn upgrades comes in.
Blue team's inhibitor is
We're
respawning
just
soon.
waiting on a couple more before level 18s come through. This is the power
Red team's
point in the
inhibitor is
game
respawning soon.
for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. Darkwind, they need to be winning these team fights now. They got the chance. They got the Ornn, they've got Orianna, they got the Tristana, and they've got the late game team fight comp, and now all they got to do is execute on it. They got to also hold off for a little while longer against this Baron buff. Got to find a way to deal with this Tryndamere, and both sides got things that they can work towards.
Oh, that enchanted crystal arrow goes between the goalposts. Can't quite find the engage there. I like the idea from Archer though. However, there's the go button. There's all the knockups early on. That is Islamic Samurai taken down, and that's the first kill, but not much else will be found. A lot of the slows coming through, so not quite over just yet. Not a massive win going over to the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. However, that top lane just gets shoved in a bit more and gets a little bit closer to completely opening up the base. And hold on, yeah, Yinda's getting dangerous there. Finds forces the stopwatch out, but stasis won't be enough as under the egg, Yab Yinda gets yet another kill, sitting on 10, 4, and 6 and a 700 gold bounty. He is feeling absolutely incredible, living his best life on this Tristana right now.
Yeah, so with Vrang down for another 35 seconds, they can push towards this open inhib at least. We're seeing now Panzora trying to find a way to clear out the minion waves, but that's not going to help against the open inhib take. We'll see if it gets taken down here against Archer and Islamic Samurai.
Imagine it have to be. Yeah, there it goes. And all the while, Panzora just might be caught out here. Will use the ghost to run away. And actually, speaking of getting caught out, Archer does have the enchanted crystal arrow available as we run into this bit of a choke point. The rocket jump away is buffered nicely from Yab Yinda, so won't get caught out there. It was very dangerous for a moment, but the Anchor will find 3, but Lost in Rotation is also here. Finds the burst down onto Archer, and all the while Flying Squirtle in the Polymorph, not going to be able to do anything as a result there. With 2 kills going over to the side of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind, they might look to end, but they don't really have a wave, so it's all up in the air currently. They tried their best, but like I said, no wave, lost in rotation, taking a decent chunk of damage there. It's on over, and now here comes the wave finally. That being said, Panzora was able to get the recall in time, so currently 4v3, stun coming out, but a nicely buffered rocket jump will make sure Yab Yinda doesn't go down just yet. No more wave once more. Vrong has that immaculate amount of wave clear on the Anivia, and so even though a teleport has been committed from the side of Return of the Middle Sticks, they won't quite be able to push that base open any farther.
Yeah, but now the Drake is going to come up here in just about 15 seconds. We'll see if there's any contest, but I think that it's just going to be taken here by Return of the Middle Sticks. They're going to have a chance to equalize. Double soul point coming up in 5 minutes. It seems like each of these teams wants to avoid making any game-losing mistakes, so we're just getting trades back and forth of what you can go for, what can't you go for, and both sides coming away still just about dead even.
Yeah, and even with this this late game team fighting composition, it's definitely not looked like that VBU Monster Mash have been out of it, as the split push from Panzora has definitely been a pain in the side of Return of the Middle Sticks Darkwind here. And with this Baron up, he's going to be able to drag a lot of pressure with these 2 open inhibitors, forcing 2 recalls coming out, and actually 2 recalls. Hold on, this might just be the call to move straight to the Baron. Panzora, the rocket jump forward. Now the Undying Rage has been used. That means there's one more rocket jump, and the Buster Shot isn't enough to find a kill. No, the burn is not enough. Onto Yab Yinda, shutdown getting picked up by Pickaxe, but all the while, here's the Baron starting to be taken already at half health. This just might be a trade a kill for a Baron, and this late on, we'll have to see which one is more worth. Fairly even. However, Flash going to have to be used by Flying Squirrel to make sure that he doesn't get killed at the back end of that objective take. So yeah, I would like. I'm not quite sure who that favors at this point in the game, but still a trade between these two teams that they decide to handshake on.
Yeah, I think that making sure that Panzora doesn't have the Baron buff is pretty huge here, because that means that the split push won't be with Baroned up minions. But if they let him respawn...
Enchanter will miss, and they're actually looking to fight right now with 5 members strong in the 5v4, knowing that they have that extra damage. As Pickaxe picks up that first kill, Flying Squirrel now going down. Yeah, you end up finding his way onto the back line. It is a 3rd kill, and with 3 members down, maybe 4 to be soon. And Panzora actually has managed to come back alive though, but at what cost? He's used the Undying Rage, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Does pick up 1 kill. The Guardian Angel is popped though. Will be able to find anything else. Going to run away. Panzora trying to find his way out, but with no more Nexus towers. That's Panzora going down, and that's reverse sweep completed by Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind in the most incredible Game 5 I may have ever witnessed. Or at least casted for.
Yeah, the battle was intense, back and forth all the way through. Panzora was doing everything in his power to take down every tower off the map, out of the game. But at the end of the day, it's just a little bit too much power coming out from the team fight comp. 3-man strong sent towards that bottom side, and the margins were so close. Panzora almost got that kill onto Yabyinda, and that would have changed everything. That would have made it almost guaranteed that VBU Monster Mash comes out on top, because then they have the Baron, and there's no team fight power to back up that 5v4 play coming into the base that Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind comes up with. But as it turns out, Yabyinda able to survive there, able to come through late with the big carry, a triple kill at the end of the game, aced him off the map, able to take out the Nexus, and the reverse sweep comes down for Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind.
Yeah, so that does mean that we've got two reverse sweeps from both squads coming from Return of the Middlesticks, that being Crowstorm and Darkwind. And so as we head into the semifinals, looking forward to next week, currently that means OMT Kronos will play Return of the Middlesticks Crowstorm, and No Org Frost will be facing Return of the Middlesticks Darkwind. And so the potential for an all Middlesticks final it's still on the cards, and I believe we will actually have an interview this time around. I believe it's actually the first one that we've had in the junior division this whole season, so I have that to look forward to. I'm not quite sure just who it will be yet, but we will send it to a break, and we will have an interview with one of the Middlesticks players when we come back. And we are back with for an interview with Yab Yinda, and I think Tiger and I would have to agree that that was our MVP of the series, especially on the back half of that. Welcome in Yab Yinda to the broadcast.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you had a great series, and I wanted to hear about. Can you tell us, going between games 2 and 3, what did you guys work on to get from losing the first 2 games to the spot where you needed to be to get that reverse sweep?
I think games 1 and 2 we didn't play Volibear, and then games 3 onward we picked or banned Volibear. I think that character was kind of ridiculous, and every game we played him we won, and every game we played against him we lost.
Yeah,
Beyond that, oh sorry.
go ahead.
Beyond that, Mord was pretty good pick their game 1, so we figured we'd rather ban it than deal with it, and I think we dropped the Zillion ban for it that we had been doing. And then I think that was primarily our primary plan, honestly. That and picking Ornn. God bless that character.
Yeah, 3 Orange games in a row for Cardinals there. But
Oh yeah, he's crying.
in game number 5, it really came down to the wire there right at the end. It was a close game, neck and neck all the way through. The golden lead was basically 0 after that second to last Baron buff that I believe that was picked up by VBU, and then you guys got kills and evened the gold back up. And then right at the end, well, walk me through what it was, the calls going for getting that last pick off onto the top lane, onto the Tryndamere in game number 5's end game.
So it had gone. We had been playing against Trend. We knew he wanted to like backdoor inhibitors and mess around at our base, whatever else. So we knew, if we just forced a fight while he was dead or without him, then it was 5v4, and we had Ornn, who's impossible to not get hit by with his ult, and then because they didn't have Braum or anything either, and then we had Orianna follow up, and like Lulu and I don't even remember who our jungler was. Holy moly, Volibear follow up too.
Air gap.
So like Bear Gap. So like as soon as we like see any of them in vision, we literally just Ornn ult, and then they die. Because you have to flash it because it's impossible to dodge if you don't have a dash. So we knew if we killed Trend, we had a man advantage, and we knew we had enough the ability to force a fight, and we could just walk mid because this death timer was long enough to be able to just end the game off of it.
Yeah,
One auto
incredibly well played. And going into next week, your opponent's going to be No Org Frost. So, you got any intel on them? You know what the matchup's going to be like?
No disrespect to Norwood Frost, I know literally nothing about them. We've been kind of scouting our matches like one at a time, so I haven't looked at their team or anything like that. I think they won today. I think they 3-0'd even. Congrats to them. I think they beat Dogs, right?
Yes, they did. They beat
Yeah, carrying on the no dogs in playoffs. So, good job to them. We haven't done any scouting or anything for them yet, though, because they weren't in our group. I don't think. I don't know. I joined like halfway through the season.
All right,
Nice.
Son, you got any questions for us?
Before we send it out, one final thing. Do you have any final shout outs? Anyone you want to say thanks to as a result of this match, or even if you want to say yourself, because I mean I don't mind. We're not here to force anything.
I'm gonna say shout outs to all the people that I know that are watching this stream. God bless them, and the people that are gonna watch this pod because I'm gonna make them. And then also, God bless the Cardinals for putting up with playing Ornn every game, and Xander for our mid laner for playing like Tristana and Corki and just like farming out mid and letting us just win the game because man's a champion. Honestly, our whole team played really well though. I can't just shout out like one or two of them.
I like it. Well, yeah, Bienda, thank you for coming on to the broadcast. But that'll be it for us tonight. I have been Sun praising. Alongside me has been Tiger behind the scenes in production, has been Wookie Monster, and I would also thank everybody else at Runeterra Academy for setting this up and being a really well-run event. But until next week, the all Middlesticks final still on the cards, but we'll have to wait and see if that is the end result. But until then, we're heading out. See ya.
Goodbye. Thank y'all for having me.
Cool.